So I did say I would play this game. It just came out earlier today. Gentlemen. Let's get this bitch open. Let's try it out. I have not played this shit at all. I went into the training mode just to make sure that I could, you know, I knew what was happening. So the Battlefield open beta has begun. Are you being sponsored to play this? Okay, I'm in. Well, let's fucking do it. Let's try it. I am not being sponsored to play this, although I was given a code. But it's an open beta, so anybody can play. So it's not that big of a deal. What's the last shooter you played? Marvel Rivals. All right. What? Okay, I'm in. Well, let's fucking do it. Let's try it out. See what happens. Loadouts. Okay. Assault, engineer, support, or recon. I want to be assault, and I want my gun to be the sniper. That's the sniper, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Equip. All right, good. And then... Okay. All right, let's do it. Oh, I look really good now. Start. Oh, no? No, it's gonna be fine. I think I'll probably move this up a little bit. Time to kill is insanely fast right now? Yeah, for me it's one hit. Okay, so I guess I'm at A? So I should go to B, right? Okay, deploy. Wait, I'm a tank? Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean I'm a tank? Is that a bad guy? Exit? Oh, all right, okay, all right, I'm getting out. Wait a minute. Oh, hold up. I got it. It's okay. That guy sucked. Bro, what? Request revive. Wait, can I get revived? Bro, I think this gun sucks. Bro, Uncle Ruckus, res me. Uncle Ruckus. They're not resing me. It says man down. Get me, I'm right here. Get me up. Oh my God, bro. Okay. All right, I'm gonna get him now. You should be fine. I've never played this game before, okay? I don't know what the fuck. They literally just put me in the middle of the fucking battle. Where are we? What? What do you mean I'm dead? What the fuck do you mean I'm dead? I ain't even see him. Are you kidding me? Suck my fucking dick. Okay, all right, let me go back. Oh, I'll get it this time. No, I'm not worried about it.
Request immediate smoke.
Watch.
We are attacking objective Delta.
Why is he not dead? I hit him with the sniper. What did he hit me with the rocket? Is that a bad guy? Okay, all right. How do I change my gun? This isn't going anywhere. How do I change my gun? How do I change it? Press load. Where do I do that? Customize X. I'm not using this. I'm gonna use this. Save and close. Okay, I'm deploying. All right, let's go.
I've spotted a hostile sniper in our AO.
Let's go. Dude, wait. That's the first time I did damage? I didn't even know what damage looked like. There's no way.
We no longer hold Alpha. Move to attack the marked objective.
What?
We've neutralized Charlie.
Everyone's cheating? Oh my God. Okay, wait. Okay, let me go over to here. I think it's my gun. I'm pretty sure it's my gun. I'm gonna go to semi-auto.
We are attacking objective Bravo. Hostile attack launched on Delta.
Okay. No, it's my gun. I'm fine. Everything's fine. That guy's stream sniping. He's stream sniping anyway. It doesn't even matter. There's no way he could have known I'd be there. Okay, let's go. No. I'm doing fine. I think I'm doing pretty well, actually.
We are targeting objective Bravo.
What? Where are they? Oh! Are you kidding me? How do they keep getting me?
Objective marked. We need you supporting the attack.
Look at the map. Wait, it tells you where... Wait, it tells you where players are... Oh my God, I didn't even notice that.
Enemy holds all positions. We need to recover ground.
Fuck.
Objective Bravo neutralized.
Okay, let's go.
We're attacking objective Alpha.
I think I've got to change my gun. I'm pretty sure it's my gun.
Be advised, the enemy has secured Bravo.
It's gotta be the gun. Like, I don't know why else I'd be losing. I don't see anybody. What? Guys, this isn't going well at all. They see you though? Okay, maybe I should just wait. Maybe I just wait right here. I wait right here on the rock. Wait, is that actually the play? I just killed somebody. Wait. Is that it? Well, how do I heal? Is that a heal? I think I'm gonna get the sniper. So I just stand still and do nothing. Okay, all right. See, I told you guys we're back in the game now. Yeah, I'm gonna swap the sniper after this again.
Hostile forces are still ahead in the fight. Let's regroup.
Need a death counter? I've died, I think, like twice.
Boys. We got Balsi on Stanimir.
Oh, Shad. What are the chances of me getting banned this game?
You would think with a champion that has an inbuilt ultimate where you cannot die, we can't feed. It's a new strategy. Sion is feed to win. Stanimir is you can't die. I'm looking for 12 CS per minute. I'm looking to see a little bit of critical strike. I'm looking to see a little bit of innovation out of Balso. My boy. I have actually just got the game completely changed. I put a tweet out about the balance. It's too balanced. Me and Balsi, we cooked up a little bit of strategy to call out Riot. Now coming up on the new patch, Sion AD buffed. Mordekaiser is getting AD ratios. Nautilus is getting put into the jungle.
I think I win level 1 if I E in.
Riot
auto.
are literally saying, what can we do to make the game more spicy and more fun? If I've ruined the game next patch...
gain 5 AD plus 0.5 per 1% missing HP.
Don't blame me.
I deal more damage the lower health I am.
When you're reading the...
Isn't there a blood mail angle then? Imagine,
No.
wait a second.
You have to go
hold
no.
up a second.
No.
Blood mail
Stop.
gives more AD the lower health I am.
Stop cooking.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
How important is crit on the champion? It's just for the E reset, right?
Minions have spawned.
Reading the tooltip, like honestly, if you're playing in Masters and above, reading tooltips, banned.
Critless
on
Stanimir,
site.
is that good?
Oh god.
What
So
about Thunder Sky? Thunder Sky crits?
if the game feels completely out of balance next patch, blame me. But at least we're having fun, I hope. Riot have been a lot more vocal on Twitter. There's a guy called Riot Drew, or whatever. Like, his name's Drew, same name as me. And he's just flaming everybody on Twitter, just ratioing every creator. He's doing well. Finally, Riot are being very vocal in the community. And they're saying, hey, we've heard you. We're going to make changes so the game feels a little bit less stale. Thank you, Riot Games, for listening. Now, guys, I am not a genius. If I... Holy shit! If I ruin the game, please don't blame me. Seriously, don't blame me.
I just fucked her. I'm gonna burn her flash.
Let's be honest. Mathematically, my and Balson's business models, when the game is balanced and there's no innovation, they go down the drain. People get bored. When there's new exciting things happening out of balance, I can clickbait, Balson can try new builds, business is booming. Am I influencing my connections in order to save my dying business and feed my family of 7? Yeah.
Out the tower.
Bro!
I got a little bit too excited with those crits, my bad.
I can't backseat Baus. After he took my $20,000 in a climbing challenge head-to-head, he beat me by 2 games, by the way. Baus is only 2 games better than me in skill. I can't criticize his gameplay. So obviously he got unlucky with crits there, and it was very lucky that Cassiopeia was able to live.
What do you max? Q.
The autos are looking smooth. Why aren't we running Ghost? Don't Trinimirs run Ghost?
I don't feel like I can ever E in on her. She's just gonna all in me and beat me.
She can put a W down as well, and then you can't E. I feel like Cassiopeia probably
Yeah,
does
Cassio.
really well into Trinimir.
Can we fuck her on the way back?
I have high hopes for League in the next 3 to 4 years. I think they're going to do some drastic changes coming up. I won't say what I think they'll be, but I'm just going to say, I reckon there's going to be some big changes coming up in the next few years.
Don't be
To
scared.
try and bring new players in, to try and make it fresh for old players, and to create innovation within the game. They're going to try some drastic things. Stay tuned. I'm excited. Are they going to completely fuck it up? Maybe. But I would rather see Riot
This
crumble
tax
by
my,
trying
tax my XP and then leave.
than let the game slowly die and never have tried. Do you know what I mean? The game is definitely losing player base and losing attention. At least try and save the game, and I think that's what they're going to try and do. Riot are not a dumb company. They're running out of money. What do they bring out? They bring out a bunch of like spa day girl skins. Money, you know? They know what they're doing. They've got people working there 24/7, allegedly. Getting paid big bucks. Probably more than me. Sip of cola.
Looking.
I'm drinking, not sponsored by the way, Diet
Warming
Pepsi.
up my rage.
It's called Pepsi Max in my country. 0-calorie sodas are so OP. Slowed. Oh, beautiful. Just wait for the Viego.
Fuck!
Oh my god. The wave's in a good situation, however. Let's see what the build path is going to be. I think a lot of Trindamir's rush... Definitely not rush IE. I actually can't remember the last time they
Tiamat
versed a
on
Trin.
every champion.
Yeah, I think they do Tiamat.
I'm not going to talk
makes
to you
you
next
crazy,
time.
man. You know it's like you're married.
Shut your bloody mouth.
She's
Shut it.
making me Google, you know,
Shut.
making my mind
Shut,
spin.
shut. Did you
Rose,
get this or not?
Rose went to the
Your
dentist
bloody
this
mouth
morning
shut. Did you get this or not?
because she's having a little problem with her dentures.
Soul, you are just a bloody stinky soul. Do you know this?
Well,
First of all,
yeah,
tell me this.
coincidentally, when I did swallow that entire packet of cucumber seeds, I did experience a very similar thing, Mr. President.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, go ahead.
We have given
Should
you
we get
account
Mike on the
1
call?
hour back.
You think?
Shut up! Shut up! Idiot!
Hey, Joe?
Did you get this line?
Men want one thing.
I'm not
Hello?
going to get this line. Shut the up. And we have given you the account 1 hour back.
Okay,
What
sorry. Sorry about that. I think we were just having some interference there, but
I'm not going
love
to talk
makes
to
you
you next
crazy,
time.
man. You know it's like you're married.
Shut your bloody mouth.
She's
Shut it.
making me Google, you know,
Shut.
making my mind
Shut.
spin.
Men want one thing. What's this? What is it? Is it a zebra? It's a zebra.
Il est parti où, papa?
From Gladiator. Oh man. That movie was so fucking good. It was so good, it is insane. Men want one thing. What's this? Men want one thing. What's this? What is it? Is it a zebra?
You see where my hand is? That's in the center of the two rings. And they appear to chase each other as I spin them in my fingertips. If you trace a circle in the air with your hand as you spin these props in your fingertips, you can create what's called an isolation. And when you trace that circle backwards, you create an anti-spin. If you lean towards the rotation of the prop, you create what I call a chaser. And with two hands together, you can create magnificent movements. This is a skill called object manipulation. It's about breathing life into an object. This, for instance, is the figure 8, or as they're called, 8 rings. You see where my hand is? That's in the center of the two rings. And they appear to chase each other as I spin them.
Even 97 years later, this experiment is still running. It's the slowest experiment in the world. Back in 1927, an Australian physics professor named Parnell wanted to prove that pitch, a substance that shatters like glass when struck with a hammer, is actually a liquid, not a solid. But it took 3 years for the molten pitch to harden in the funnel, so the experiment officially began in 1930. Then the waiting started. It took 8 years for the first drop to fall and 9 years for the second. Before the third drop fell, Professor Parnell passed away. But the experiment continued. To this day, only 9 drops have fallen in nearly a century, finally proving that pitch is a liquid, 20 billion times more viscous than water and 2 million times thicker than honey. Even 97 years later, this experiment is still running. It's the slowest the molten pitch to harden in the funnel, so the experiment officially began in 1930. Then the waiting started. It took 8 years for the first drop to fall and 9 years for the second. Before the third drop fell, Professor Parnell passed away. But the experiment continued. To this day, only 9 drops have fallen in nearly a century, finally proving that pitch is a liquid, 20 billion times more viscous than water and 2 million times thicker than honey. Even 97 years later, this experiment is still running. It's the slowest experiment in the world. Back in 1927, an Australian physics professor named Parnell wanted to prove that pitch, a substance that shatters like glass when struck with a
This?
Yeah.
I just lost my fucking brother, all right? You hear that? My brother. You and your tower and all this fucking emulsion can go to hell.
Jesus.
Dad, I really do.
Here, you point it in that direction, and you pull this to make it go bang.
Listen, do I come to your job and tell you how to murder civilians?
What?
No. So don't come to my job and tell me how to do mine.
I swear to you, Centurion, Rome will not fall. Not today. Today, we fight.
To whatever the hell.
Yeah. And the reason why, by the way, it's literally just this simple. It was games made by guys for guys. That's it. Yep.
This is in 2025.
Like if you're making a video game and it's about defending the glory of Rome, I'm sorry, but your target audience is men between the ages of 15 to 55. Exclusively. That's it. That's all. Those are your people. Make them happy. What's this? They say gay rainbow barf? Dead by gay light? Mortal cuckback? Oh, jeez. Cringe, Jesus. Splitgate 2, we're trans. This is Call of Duty now? This needs to stop. This is one of the reasons Battlefield was popping off. Yo, dude, sorry, I think I dropped your gay card. I didn't drop my gay card, man. What do you mean?
Can somebody explain to me why everything everywhere has to be gay now? Can I go 2 seconds without some degenerate, non-binary, Hello Kitty ass nonsense in my face telling me how their husband's boyfriend transitioned? I'm sorry if this hurts your fifis, but you can't be gay and masculine. Gayness and masculinity are...
I don't know about that. I feel like Dion from Final Fantasy 16 was gay and masculine for sure. But I think that it's not the characters that are gay and masculine are the ones that being gay isn't the reason why you think about them. There's plenty of examples of that. I think I could probably think of more. I mean, it doesn't sound good if I can only think of one right now off the top of my head. But overall, I think that that's not really the reason why a character's bad. But Billy Harrington. I'm trying to even think. Hercules? Well, I don't know about that. Spartacus? I don't know about that. Soldier 76? Dumbledore? Yeah.
This is a cube of aluminum. It's pretty light. This is a cube of aluminum. It's pretty light, and it barely weighs a pound. And this is a cube of tungsten, which is one of the densest metals. It's the exact same size as the aluminum one, but it's kind of crazy because this one weighs over 5 pounds. Its density is almost the same as gold, so a block of gold this size would weigh almost exactly the same amount. And this is a 42-pound tungsten cube. It has nice sharp edges. Oh god, you really, oh no. Oh. This is a cube of aluminum. It's pretty light, and it barely weighs a pound. And this is a cube of tungsten, which is one of the densest metals. It's the exact same size as the aluminum one, but it's kind of crazy because this one weighs over 5 pounds. Its density is almost the same as gold, so a block of gold this size would weigh almost exactly the same amount. And this is a 42-pound tungsten cube. It has nice sharp edges. Oh god, you really, oh no. Oh. This is a cube of aluminum.
Bro watching you in slow motion. Bro ain't afraid of a mere mortal. One slight physical contact is made, bro's life is done. Did you know you can create a tiny world with life inside? A sealed ecosystem that could possibly outlive you? This little world in a jar came entirely from a local river. Sand, stones, plants, and water, all gathered from one place. Arrange all the components in the jars you like, fill in the remaining water, and seal it. At first, the water looks really cloudy, but in the time lapse, you can see how it clears up more and more. Then the stones and plants start to show, and you can spot tiny shifts in the sand, a sign that something is happening down there. Between the roots, a tiny river creature appears. It's a small but clear sign that life has already taken hold in this little ecosystem. Tiny bubbles on the plants show that photosynthesis has started. Oxygen is being released. There's even a tiny fish swimming around in the jar, moving carefully through the plants and shadows. And if you look closely, you'll spot some worm-like creatures slowly crawling through the sand, already beginning to shape the ecosystem from below. In the next 10 days, you can see the plants slowly growing, stretching toward the light. With each day, more oxygen bubbles appear on their leaves, and all around, tiny movements in the water and sand show that life is getting more active. The tiny creatures keep moving through the water, and the ecosystem continues to grow and evolve. And that's how I set up my ecosystem in a jar. Did you know you can create a tiny...
Do I still believe EU is better than A? Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, I have played the top level, right? I have played the maximum level, and I can guarantee you that he was way better than NA. He was 100% way better. 100%. Do I still believe he was better than NA? Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, I have played.
But he wasn't really there, right? Either way, my point is that it's made by people that are just lame. They're lame and they're weird. And so their idea of representation is a minstrel version of a gay person or a minority. That's the reason why. They don't even like this is like they don't even know what they're like in real life. Who made Dumbledore gay? Barack Obama.
Opposites. Get mad. Get real mad. When I was first getting into Xbox in 2001, every game was about war and about being a Chad. Now every game seems like it was made by women and dudes with weak arms. If you
I'm going to be honest. I agree with him. I do. I agree with him. I think that there is a massive amount. Like, I am a guy, and I want video games made for guys. That means that the main character is, named, John Smith or John Wick, and he has a gun, and his primary goals are protecting his family, upholding his duty, and being able to protect his country or, his band of brothers. And every girl in the story is hot, except for the bad ones. They're also hot. They're goth, and so they're really hot. That's it.
look back at the
That's all I
2000s,
want.
we really had everything. Dante and Devil May Cry, an absolute unit. GTA, Yakuza, Metal Gear, Chad of War, Uncharted, SOCOM. Then the Xbox was more shooter-focused. Halo, Call of Duty, Gears.
It was actually crazy. This is the fight against, I think her name is Minstrel, in Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. It was crazy for me to play this game and realize how far we've fallen. I didn't realize how bad it was until I played Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, and it was scary.
Brothers in Arms, Splinter Cell. Last year, I made a video called "The Pussification of Video Games," and you
People
can
got so mad about me watching that game. That video. They were so mad about that.
consider this part 2 to that video.
Yeah.
I want to give you some fresh examples of the pussification of modern video games and how this happened. You guys are probably tired of me talking about Red Dead 2 and Last of Us constantly, so I'm going to try to throw in some fresh examples. In this video, we're going to take a look at Spider-Man.
How Peter got cucked, the pussification of Rainbow Six, and more modern slop. Great.
2 and the cuckening of Peter Parker, Ubisoft and the downfall of Rainbow Six, and finally, Immortals of Avium, Army of Two, and a couple
Riot are not a dumb company.
Chose me, I didn't choose the city. Walk right over. You're a 10, I'm a 4-leaf clover. Well, tell me, do you hate me or do you wanna date me? It's kinda hard to tell, 'cause your eyes are looking crazy. So why you coming over? Anything but sober. Looking like it's time tonight. Hold it steady. Drill it in like a J-Paul Getty. Smith and Wesson. Taking shots that'll keep you guessing. chose me, I didn't choose the city. Walk right over. You're a 10, I'm a 4-leaf clover. Well, tell me, do you hate me or do you wanna date me? It's kinda hard to tell, 'cause your eyes are looking crazy. So why you coming over? Anything but sober. Looking like it's time tonight for a fight, Man, hold it steady. Drill it in like a J-Paul Getty. Smith and Wesson. Taking shots that'll keep you guessing. Well, tell me, do you hate me or do you wanna date me? It's kinda hard to tell, 'cause your eyes are looking crazy. So why you coming over? Anything but sober. Looking like it's time tonight for a fight or flight. Bad boy. Ooh, what you gonna do? Well, tell me, do you hate me or do you wanna date me? It's kinda hard to tell, 'cause your eyes are looking crazy. So why you coming over? Anything but sober. Looking like it's time tonight for a fight or flight. Bad boy. Ooh, what you gonna do? Well, tell me, do you hate me or do you wanna date me? It's kinda hard to tell, 'cause your eyes are looking crazy. So why you coming over?
hours
God.
on a single battery charge. Red Magic Astra gaming tablet can handle intense gaming for 6
Thank
hours
God.
on a single battery charge. It has a 13 megapixel gorgeous rear camera and a 9 megapixel front camera. Whether you're playing Genshin Impact, Delta Force, COD Mobile, or whatever, Steam Link, Xbox Game Pass, PS Remote Play, all these are ready to go. You can play anything from anywhere on this bad boy. Finally, at $550, this thing is such a better deal than the iPad Pro 13 that's going to run you like $1,500.
This shit's
Click the
expensive.
links in the description to learn more about the Red
iPads are
Magic
crazy
Astra
expensive.
gaming tablet. All right, back to the video. One of the most egregious examples of the demasculinization of a man is 2023's Spider Cuck 2. Of the demasculinization of a man is 2023's Spider Cuck 2 exclusively on the PS5. Spider-Man 2018 was much more of a 2000s game.
Yeah.
Peter was the hero of his own story. This is why I bought a box that says Spider-Man on it. I want to play.
Is it true that in Spider-Man 2, one of the missions is running around as a deaf girl spray painting things on walls? Is that actually true?
As a superhero. But oh, you bigoted white man. Insomniac Games is going to
that's
get you to
me.
pay $80 to watch your hero get cucked. And we all fell for it. This is why, by the way, I always say Sony is just as bad and just as woke as Xbox. Now look, just to be clear, I have no issue with Miles Morales as a character, and I have no issue with black characters in games. Final Fantasy VII, Gears, Walking Dead, all great games. What we take issue with is that Spider-Man 2 is supposed to be a story about Peter, I don't know, being a superhero. This is why I bought the game. Instead, we play a game in which MJ and Miles Morales are the heroes. They are constantly saving Peter.
I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to, in a Spider-Man game, have you play as MJ. Nobody wants to play as her. It's not about her. What is she going to do? Bake cookies? The fuck is this? Nobody asked for this. It's stupid. Yeah, nobody wants this. What is this? Like, yeah, and this is what I was saying before about how, like, developers put stuff like that in the game that the players aren't asking for. Nobody wants that. Why would you even do it?
Because they are faster, smarter, stronger, and more competent than Peter throughout the entire game. In literally every boss battle in Spider-Man 2, Peter is either rescued by Miles or rescued by ugly-ass girl boss MJ. Peter is
that true?
Depicted throughout Spider-Man 2 as childish, vengeful, and impotent. Miles, in every instance, is shown as more competent, more wise, more moral, and just a better person in general.
Jesus.
I can't let this go. I'm finally everything everyone needs me to be.
Yeah, you don't even answer my calls anymore, man. And what about MJ? You could have killed her. I know you're hurting, Pete, but you're better than this. And what about MJ? And what about MJ? You could have killed her. I know you're hurting, Pete, but you're better than this.
I know, but...
This is what the woke activists at Insomniac believe, though. They fetishize black people and say that black people are inherently better and more moral than white people.
Yep. Yep. I just had to check.
White people. It's the most insane anti-white propaganda you'll ever see in a game. Insomniac Studios hates white people. In their second big encounter with a boss, Peter is unable to beat Venom. Miles comes in and easily beats Venom's ass. Just for fun, I asked AI, why was the symbiote able to possess Peter and not Miles? The answer was hilarious. because Peter was mentally weak and Miles is mentally strong.
Seems pretty simple.
You
yeah.
can't make this stuff up. Throughout the game, Peter Parker...
I think that the problem also is that these stories are always told through like this one-dimensional way. So like when every story creates a dichotomy like this, where like one character is this way, the other character is the other way, and it's constantly the male character that's problematic, or a white character that's problematic, or a female or non-white character that's not, people start to see a pattern. And I think that after they see that pattern enough times, they end up not taking it seriously, and they end up the doctor's head. What the fuck is she doing? Yeah. And so that's really what happens, is that you lose the trust of the... I think that this is really what's happened with these games, is that they've fundamentally lost the trust of the audience to tell an authentic story. That's fundamentally what the issue is. And so every time that you see a character that is from a certain identity or a certain gender or race or anything like that, every time you see one of those characters, you're not looking at it in an authentic way. You're looking at it in a way of like, okay, what are they trying to hide?
9 minors.
It's bad writing. Yeah, basically, right?
And LeBron
is shown
James,
as someone who
again,
needs to be
on the
saved, easily dominated by the symbiote, and driven by revenge.
Whoa.
Also throughout the game, Miles is shown as perfect without any flaws, never motivated by revenge, and always the virtuous and moral good one. I get that a character with no flaws is boring, but why did Peter have all the flaws in his own game while Miles had none? But guys, this is what happens when you let satanic, homo, LGBTQ propagandists like the entire staff of Insomniac make a game. You get...
Bro, this guy is on the warpath. Oh my god. I told you this video was going to be good, right? I said, yeah.
Anti-white, anti-male propaganda like Spider-Man 2. Oh, and if you think the Wolverine game isn't going to be ultra woke, you are coping hard, my friend. So let's look at Spidey 1 now. While it would be a stretch to call Spider-Man 2018 based, I think it's true that Spidey 1 is a pro-male game, while Spidey 2 is very much an anti-white and anti-male game. In the 2018 game,
I can't really speak a lot to Spider-Man. I didn't really play it, so that's why I was asking you guys. I don't really know a lot about this one.
Jane is more attractive. Peter actually saves MJ several times in the first game, you know, the way God intended it. Men saving women because this is what we are made to do, and we have bigger arms.
The thing is that it's like it's bad to say this, but he's completely right. Obviously, this is true. Yep, he's right.
MJ still plays a role in Spidey 1, but she's just a reporter.
And it's also part of the male power fantasy. Like, a lot of guys fantasize about, you know, saving people or, you know, like saving some damsel in distress. That's why movies like that are so popular, is that it plays into the male power fantasy.
She's working in her own way instead of being a girl boss and trying to use...
It's a female power fantasy too? Yeah, sure. But like for like a fraction of the people, right? Like you're comparing a mountain to a molehill. Like, yes, obviously there's some women that feel that way too, but in general, like I think that the lie that men and women's brains work the same and they look for the same things in media, I think is partially true, but generally not true. I think that there's definitely, and Japanese, you know, comics, I think that they've just defined this, and that's why literally you have shonens, excuse me, that literally means it's like a comic for young boys. And the reason why is because they know who their audience is, and they make it for that audience.
Peter's male authority. Peter faces off and defeats Martin Lee, and then later on his own friend, mentor, and role model, Dr. Octopus. In the game's final moments, the villains unleash Devil's Breath on the city, and Peter must decide whether to save the people of New York or save his own flesh and blood, Aunt May. In a moment of heroic sacrifice, Peter chooses to save the city over Aunt May, who is essentially like his own mother. Despite a couple of woke things in it, Spidey 2018 is an amazing game, and it's about
badass.
the heroic sacrifices we must make in order to become men. Too bad they completely cucked Peter Parker and made him a mouthpiece for gay propaganda in 2023's Spider-Man 2. Moving on.
I haven't played the game, but I don't know if this is true or not. Holy shit.
Does anybody remember the OG Rainbow Six games on PS2 and Xbox and then later on 360 and PS3? Bro, these games were so badass. I'm a strong believer that all I need to do is listen to the menu music of a game and it tells me everything about the game I need to know.
I'm thinking of Halo 1. Yeah. Maybe it's true.
Also, look at these covers, dude. Squad-based counter-terror, my dude. This was the plot for Rainbow Six Lockdown. In 2009, Rainbow, led by John Clark, deploys the Alpha Team, commanded by Ding Chavez, to rescue the South African president from a rebel army surrounding Pretoria.
Got him.
Elsewhere in the city, the Global Liberation Front, an anti-Western left-wing terrorist organization led by Bastian Vanderwall, steals lead.
So, bro, like, that's actually the... So... Oh my god. And nowadays it'd be the opposite. Love that game? Yeah, it's fucking great.
A nanite aerosol bioweapon that causes massive hemorrhaging and has a 100% fatality rate.
The game is dope.
Like,
Yeah,
dude, that sounds like a game I want to play. And pretty much all of the Rainbow Six games had plots kind of like this. Rainbow Six Vegas 1 and 2 are the ones most people are familiar with. Terrorist Hunt was very fun, as was the multiplayer. These games weren't like Call of Duty at all. If you just rushed in and started firing, you and your whole team would die immediately. You had to carefully breach doors. You were able to set your guys up on multiple doors at once so you could attack targets from multiple angles at once, which would lead to much fewer
There were a lot of games like that were like squad-based tactical games, but I feel like people just got retarded and they can't play those anymore.
Fatalities. So what happened to Rainbow Six?
Yeah, they just can't do it.
Gay-ass Six Siege happened. Rainbow Six Siege came out in 2015, and it's a gay game where you could blow off some steam with the girls at the end of a long day. So like 50% of the operators...
Oh my god. This is going crazy. I think this guy, give me a minute. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. He just says it. What can I say? Who'd wear pink in a military shooter game? Yeah, I think that a lot of the, like the outfits and everything, like I think this kind of stuff should stay in Fortnite. It just breaks the immersion and it makes the game feel weird.
in Siege are women. Boys, out of the probably 200 operators in Rainbow Six games from 1998 to 2008, do you know how many were women?
0.
Like 2 out of 200. And that's actually realistic.
Yeah.
In real life, in the real world of PMCs, it's maybe like 1% women in combat roles. So
Obviously, and everybody knows this. I'll tell you, anytime that I see a military game and there's like an emphasis on like women being soldiers, I again just think it's going to be garbage. Sorry, I do. I think it's instantly going to be garbage.
What we saw with Six Siege and the fact Angela Bassett was their commander now is a pussification and a gayification and a homoification of the entire Rainbow Six series. But nobody cares, and you have brain-rotted Zoomers just eating this game up and still playing it because nobody gives a flip about realism or masculinity or authenticity anymore.
I think people do. They do care. It's just that people care about the gameplay too. Like, I mean, Fortnite is popular. That's not realistic at all. I mean, if the game has good gameplay, people will overlook woke elements of a game. Like, woke content can't make a good game bad, and it can't make a bad game good. But it can make a good game better, or it could make a bad game worse. That's the difference.
But it gets worse. So the original Six Siege had you fighting the white masks. All of the gameplay and multiplayer stuff you were doing was just to train for new terrorists.
Final Fantasy 16 had a pretty prominent gay character. It was pretty good, despite that. Concord, was very bad, and it was woke. You had Dragon Age the Veilguard. If Dragon Age Veilguard had no woke content, it would have still been garbage. Most of the games with woke content, if you took that out, they would still be garbage. It's not like it's not like that's what's making the game bad. Like Cyberpunk, yeah, exactly. Cyberpunk has all kinds of I would say kind of woke stuff, right? But it's nothing bad. Expedition 33, not really. Baldur's Gate 3, yeah. I mean, Tales of the Shire, look at that game. If they took out all the woke stuff of Tales of the Shire, well, you just have a loading screen. But I guess so you wouldn't be able to play the game. But theoretically, the entire game is bad, right? It's not like one thing about it is bad. The entire thing is bad.
Threats. The white masks were one of the threats. And fighting the white mask was a pretty fun PvE game mode that they later removed from the game. Okay, fine, pretty standard stuff. But in 2020 was when Six Siege really jumped the shark. According to the official lore of Six Siege, in 2020, Angela Bassett retires and puts this cringe millennial hipster dude named Harry, and he's brought in as the new leader of Rainbow Six. That's right, this dude who looks like a barista and has a podcast about his cats is now the leader of Rainbow Six.
Is this true? Oh my God. Why would they do that? It's so weird. What?
Bro, I can't do this.
Why would you do this?
So again, you're not going to believe this junk, but this is all part of the official lore of Six Siege now.
Yeah.
In 2020, hipster millennial Harry has the brilliant idea to take Rainbow Six, give them all airsoft guns, and turn what they do into a live competition event on stage.
Why can't you just go invade South Africa again and destroy a far-left communist group? What is this? Yeah, why can't you just go over to Serbia and stop a insurgency that's trying to bring back the Soviet Union and, traffic bombs to Iran, nuclear bombs to Iran? What the hell? What's this cartoon shit? It's weird.
With a bunch of cheering fans. So I'm sure huge Siege fans are like, duh, Andy, this happened a while ago. But look, I don't really follow this game or the story anymore,
weird.
and so just recently found this out. I just think it's hilarious that this game is full of gay operators and girl bosses, and you aren't even fighting terrorism anymore, and you guys keep playing
See,
it.
I'll tell you why. The reason why is because they don't want to do fighting terrorism because it's political now. That's the reason why, and everybody knows it. That's why they're not doing it. And when I know that, this is one thing I've noticed with like video games, this is my opinion, is that when I know a video game is only telling a story in a certain way because it's worried about having that thing go ahead and, like, for example, like try to, it's going to change things, or it's going to like make people react in a negative way, that's whenever I know for sure that it's probably just going to be garbage. Like, the integrity of the story at that point is now kind of gone.
A slop. Can Rainbow Six get any worse? Of course it can. Osa was added in 2021 as the game's first man to put on a dress. In 2023, Tubaro was added as the first woman in the game to pretend to be a man. Guys, if you're still playing Rainbow Six Siege, it's time to call your dad on the phone and tell him that his son is gay now. I'm sorry. Rainbow Six is full of girl bosses.
I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think it's really a big deal, right? I don't care about this kind of stuff a whole lot, but I do think it's true that the majority of the implementation of it isn't necessarily for the average person that's playing the game. It's for appeasing journalists, or for making the development team happy or something like that. And I think that when you have that's fine. You can decide whatever you want personally, right? Like, I will play a video game if it plays well, and I will not play a video game if it doesn't play well. It's literally that simple to me. However, the aesthetic of a game does matter. And this is absolutely not something that's being made for your traditional male audience for Rainbow Six. Like, that's really, if you go, I bet if you looked at Rainbow Six YouTube videos and you looked at the back-end analytics for those, you'd be looking at an over 90% ratio of men that are watching them. Probably higher than that.
Fully black.
Back-end analytics for those, you looked at Rainbow Six YouTube videos and you looked at the back-end analytics for those, you'd be looking at an over 90% ratio of men that are watching them. Probably higher than that.
Fully black girl. It's fully gay and woke as a brand now. Just go play Squad and Insurgency and Ready or Not if you want a real game. On the topic of Tom Clancy, I was chuckling recently at this terrible dialogue in The Division 2 that shows this cucked man. Watch this.
Don't be such a baby.
That hurts.
Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have punched a wall.
Better a wall than Sarah's face.
She deserves it.
Ow.
You're fine. It's not broken.
Or is every guy a cook and every woman? See, this is, I've noticed this a lot too. I think this is something I noticed in Warcraft recently, is that like they very commonly like portray men as like flawed characters, and they don't portray women as flawed characters even nearly as much. And oftentimes men are portrayed as somehow incompetent, stupid, evil, bad, misguided, or something like that's propaganda. Yeah, I think so. There's no heroism anymore. Yeah, it happens a lot.
I need a bandage.
Sylvanas wasn't flawed. Well, she was from back in the game was originally made. That's my whole point. Is it? Yeah, that's my whole point. And that was a long, long time ago. That's the way it was in 2004.
Look, you left that key around my neck, and you never thought to tell me what it was protecting?
Guys, why is every modern male character in video games like this? This ugly bull dyke over here is basically the man in the situation. She's the one leading. She's the one being a badass. The guy is like Owie, my fingies hurt. Ooh, where is there a big girl boss that will help me? I'm such a cuck. But guys, this is what Ubisoft has done again and again with their games. I actually don't even want Ubisoft.
I think at the end of the day, I mean, this is like, it's weird. It's certainly weird. It's bullshit what they did to Arthas anyway. Yeah, exactly. Maybe the investors are trying to lower birth rates. Yeah, well, maybe you're right. The propaganda's everywhere. I'm sick of it. Yeah, and I think in general, a badass or she's emotionally unstable. Yeah, definitely. And it's 12-year-old games that made 12-year-old devs that made better game concepts. Well, yeah, it's because these people have the mind of a 10-year-old. And again, I think that it would be okay if this happens sometimes, but it seems like these types of things are happening in games a lot. And I think that now what's really happened now is that because you have companies that are existing outside of the sphere of influence of like Western journalism and culture, they're effectively getting removed, because you have games like Black Myth Wukong or any of these like Korean games that are coming out, or Genshin Impact, for example, and these games totally move the window, and they make it to where you don't have to play a game that patronizes you and talks down to you. And I think that really that's the main reason why you're seeing video games changing back. It's because those games that are not patronizing, that aren't a lecture, that don't include identity elements for no reason, those video games are the ones that are successful. Numerically, this is a fact. Expedition 33 was great. Well, Expedition 33 is a great example of how to write good female characters and how to introduce, like, Expedition 33, good storytelling transcends gender, I think, in a lot of cases, but that doesn't necessarily mean that gender is something that doesn't play a role at all. Obviously, in Expedition 33, gender does play a role. It plays a role in the storytelling of the entire game, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad or a good thing. It's just simply an element of storytelling. But I think that when you try to tell stories and you don't even consider that at all, and I think this is one thing that they do, is that the way that a lot of these Western studios, and this is especially true with American studios, is that they try to write stories, is what they end up doing is they're writing a story and they're taking a male character and they're just turning it into a female character. That's it. That's the only change they make. But the difference is that the way that you write a male character is different than the way that you write a female character, because men and women are fundamentally different. So if you just change the skin on the character, it totally alters the dynamic of what's realistic.
Off to make another Splinter Cell game because they would just turn Sam Fisher into a gay disabled black girl boss.
That's it.
By the way, pretty much any of the Tom Clancy stuff Ubisoft did prior to 2015 was usually pretty based. Was just playing Future Soldier tonight, and it's full of Chads.
It's a big rig, that's all I'm saying. She got that 6.7 liter V8, so I mean, I figure she's the better deal. Dirty. Live on a base, not a ranch. That should work.
The final game I want to talk about that captures the complete pussification we are experiencing in modern video games is 2023's 125 million pile of DEI dog shit.
This game is fighting inflation because it literally made millions of dollars vanish. It's crazy how bad this
Portals of Avium.
It's insane.
Now, you might look at the cover and think, okay, tough-looking dude. This might be pretty masculine.
Yeah.
Then you start the game and realize that you play as this kid. Then he starts talking, and it's some of the cringiest MCU dialogue you've ever heard.
Did Caleb ever tell you his plans for this caper he's got in mind up in Topside?
I think he just likes to say caper.
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 It's a fun word.
Feels sneaky.
Big millennial energy. Major millennial energy. Guaranteed the person who wrote that has a Funko Pop. And now they're probably collecting Labubu's. Yep, written by Reddit.
Target practice?
Why not?
Bro, I can't take 8 hours of dialogue that got rejected from Ant-Man and the Wasp Part 5.
No offense, but what we do is kind of like... Pew, pew, pew. A Magnus is like... Pow, bang, brrrah.
Just imagine the 42-year-old millennial chuckling to themselves.
Yep. Everybody fucking knows exactly who makes stories like this. Absolutely. I hate this. I know it's so cringe.
As they wrote this. The kids are going to love this one.
Feels like a
But
Marvel
it gets
movie.
worse. Your name is Jack, and the person you're following, your mentor, is this chick, Luna, who is, of course, a lesbian black girl boss who you're probably secretly in love with, and she rejects you. Within the first hour of the game, she dies, and the bad guys kill her. And guys, this is not a joke. She is replaced by another lesbian black girl boss who is now giving you orders.
We're almost out of time, Jack. Sandrak attacks us from all sides, and there is no place left to run.
Like, when I tell you that liberal millennial men just have a fetish for being told what to do by black women, are you starting to see it now?
I don't even think that's it, personally. I think that they're just adding in the inclusion for no reason. They're adding this in, and I think that the way that they add these characters in, I think that it makes people more aware of race, and I think that it makes people more racist. It's like, yeah, checkbox ticking, exactly. It's like a DEI fetish, exactly. And in the process of that, and that's what I think is really problematic about it, is that in the process of trying to give certain groups of people identification or, like representation, I think that they've given them representation, but it's been negative because they don't really think about making the character. And I think this is also something that happens a lot of times with minority characters that they add in, is that they add in minority characters that are almost flawless, right? Because they don't want to portray a minority person as, maybe a stereotype that could be, like leveraged against them. And I think that's the reason why you're probably not having new Rainbow Six movies or new Rainbow Six games that are about like fighting terrorist groups. It's to avoid potential real life, connections. And I think that really that entire mindset is just unhealthy and weird. It's an unhealthy and weird mindset. And I think that what happens, I don't think it makes people racist. I think it makes them mad that bad games, then they pretend that it's good when it's not. Yeah, definitely. To avoid hurting terrorist groups? Yeah, unironically. Yeah, absolutely. Look at how many people simp for Hamas.
Jack, the main character, is a total cuck. He has no thoughts of his own and is just doing what all these black girl bosses tell him to do. Would you believe me if I said it gets even worse, though? At about the 2-hour mark in this game, you encounter a big-backed trans woman who is also bossing you around and telling you what to do. This is not a joke. Guys, will these companies ever learn? I've never seen so much money.
Yeah, I'll tell you, this definitely isn't really something that's made for an average guy. And if you're making a video game like this and you're not making the male fantasy part of your that's not part of what you're doing, you're just making a mistake. Really, you're making a mistake.
Go directly down the toilet drain before.
And nobody's going to play it.
All they had to do was put a tough masculine dude in the game, put a hot chick on his arm who is maybe a damsel in distress. Done. Go and print your money. All right, so what should I compare Immortals of Avium with? I mean, I could really pull anything.
And you can see how this is happening now, is that now you have video game companies that are moving away from this. They're massively moving away from it. And if you look at the recent video game showcases, almost every single one of these woke character inclusion type things is gone. It's not 100% gone, but 80% of it is gone.
From the 2000s, and it would look better by contrast. Red Faction Guerrilla, Mercenaries 2, Splinter Cell. But just because I want to talk about it, Army of Two. This game is literally like an injection of testosterone when you play it. It's just buff dudes shooting guns and saying badass stuff. Watch this cinematic and tell me this isn't the most badass thing ever.
In his farewell address to the nation, President Eisenhower left America with a strong warning. Ernest Stockwell, CEO of Security and Strategy Corporation, says that...
And the thing is that if you're looking, who is the target audience for this game? That's it. That's it. Right there. Bald men in their 30s and 20s. There it is. It's the whole thing.
And our future depends on the private military.
To fear the military-industrial complex is to fear progress. Look at the operation in Somalia. 35 U.S. soldiers dead, hundreds wounded. But not a single private contractor was injured in the
to play as this kid? Yeah, this is
We
badass.
outperformed the military and achieved all our objectives flawlessly.
So basically, the American government calls back its troops and forces and just says, we're going to have Tyson and Rios handle everything now.
Yeah, exactly.
Could there be a more badass intro to your character in a game? See, boys, games from the 2000s were all about male, masculine fantasy. We want to be the hero of the story. We want to be at the center. We want to save the women and the children and the damsels in distress.
Yeah, I'm just going to say it. Like, if you're making a military shooter game, you don't need to be thinking about how to attract girls to the game. You need to be thinking about how can I make it to where every single guy wants to play this game. That's what it's about. Absolutely. Those are the people they're going to watch. Those are the people that are going to play. Absolutely. 100%. And you can't make both groups happy all the time. Generally, I think that especially with more realistic storytelling like this, it's almost impossible to.
All of the women should be obsessed with us. Video games have always been about male wish fulfillment.
Yeah.
Xbox wonders why they had to lay off 9,000 people this year. It's because you quit making video games about male fantasy and you put a bunch of gay nonsense in your games. It's a simple.
Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but Gears of War and Halo, those are for guys. Those are guy games. Xbox was the guy console. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Was that? But in closing here, I want to talk about the real reason for the pussification of video games, and it's a couple things. Number one, we let too many women into the video game industry. If you look at this chart here, women have been...
I think, look. It's I don't entirely agree with this, right? I mean, like, I think that women can write good stories and they can make good games too. But the problem is that when your hiring process is based off of ideology and you're hiring people through that, then you're going to have a problem.
Trending more and more liberal in America the past 20 years. And the big problem is that we have been hiring and allowing these liberal women into our hobbies. Although I love Last of Us, which came out in 2013, games like Last of Us and Life is Strange in 2014 started this whole movement of people talking about, quote, empathy in video games. Video games are no longer about male fantasy. They're, quote, art now. Games are...
That's fucking true. Holy shit, that is true. Yeah, especially video games that are trying to be Hollywood. The only person who gets a pass on that is Kojima. Nobody else gets it. That's it.
Art and are about learning to empathize with others.
Yeah, I have.
People beginning to talk about video games like this 10 years ago is exactly why we're in our current predicament. Video games are not about empathy. They're not about being some trans goblin. They're not about learning from people different than us. Video games that men will go out and pay $70 for have always been about one thing: male wish fulfillment. We want to be the hero. We want to be at the center. We want to blow shit up. This is our hobby, and it is our right to do that. If games will simply get back to this simple
I think this is true, and this will always be true. That's definitely... No, he's right about that. The fact is that... And you look at the video games that are massively successful, and they all follow this paradigm. They all do. I mean, you can't have that many, points on a line, on a graph and not say there's a line.
They will be successful again.
Yeah.
But as long as Sony and Xbox keep chasing this non-existent, gender-confused female trans audience, they're going to continue to fail. All right, boys, I'm out.
Yeah, I think that a lot of that's true. I don't agree with everything in this video, but in a general sense, I do agree, is that whenever you're making video games, you have to make a game for a target audience. And I think that especially with military shooters, you already have a very, very, very defined male audience there. There's the video right there. Sounds like entitlement. Games are a hobby for everyone. It is entitlement. It absolutely is. Yeah, people want to have the game be about and made for them. It's not... Is that crazy, really, for you to imagine that people want to see a video game made for them? Obviously, it's true. I mean, it has to be true. It just makes sense that it's true. Every character should have flaws. I think that characters can have flaws. It's not really... I don't think characters are good or bad because they do or don't have flaws, right? Like, that's my personal opinion, is I don't really see it that way at all. But it goes both ways. They're a hobby for everyone, but not everyone buys games. So you make people for the you make it for the people who do first. Exactly, yeah. And what's this here? I want to see recent reviews. Call over Discord? No, I don't want to. What is this here? Absolutely not. And no, it's just weird. Anyway, imagine the woman reaction if Rambo is in Vampire Twilight. Yeah, just write good characters, LMAO. I don't think that you can just write good characters. Like, I think that, yeah, there's a degree of that, and it's important to do that. But to act like men and women are looking for the same thing out of stories and out of characters, and especially like protagonists to play as, I think that you're being delusional. I do. I think it's delusional. And also, like, writing a good male character is not the same as writing a good female character. And modern media's obsession with trying to make it seem like they're interchangeable, I think the only thing that they've done is that they've totally confused everybody. They've confused themselves even. Call it entitlement, call it whatever you want. I want my money. You want my money, make the product I want. You're not an artist if your art is for sale. Yeah, exactly, right? And you can complain or like make fun of people for whatever reason. That's a good point. But at the end of the day, I think that the video games that fulfill the video games that fulfill stuff like this, I think will be very successful. And I think that also you have games that transcend any sort of like gendered storytelling. And I think that like Expedition 33 is a great example of that. So it's not like you have to do this every single time, but in a general sense, I think that it's very important, right? This video of if you're from Reddit, you might want to change your tampon. Yeah, there you go, right? And quite a few women that like guy things, but they also don't try to change what they already like. Well, and this is the problem. Like I've said this before, like this was the thing that I criticized Blizzard for, is that in like Wrath, like they started making content and making the games, making WoW for people who don't like MMORPGs. And so the problem is that these characters, these audiences that they're going after don't play video games. Like even like, for example, like Tales of the Shire. Like, I mean, how's this game doing? I mean, definitely not so great, right? I mean, this is a very, very small game using one of the most well-known IPs of all time. It's Lord of the Rings. And so why is that? It's because really that type of gameplay and that type of content just isn't that popular. Straight up, just say women. Yeah, no, I would easily say that. I think that the way that you make a game for a guy is different than the way that you make it for a girl. Now, obviously, there's going to be guys that like girl games and girls that like guy games. But if you're making a game and you're not even thinking about that at all, I think that you're running into problems. Yeah, and like, again, bro, the character creator for that game, yeah, most recent example I can think of is Warhammer Space Marine 2. It felt so good and it was for men. Yeah, I think so. That's definitely it. They were pandering to everyone, but ruining everybody's base expectations. Yeah, exactly, right? And majority of playthroughs I see at Expedition 33 are women. Well, yeah, I mean, well, it's again, if you portray positive, good characters, they will transcend gender boundaries. But also, I think that CL and Lune and Mael in Expedition 33, and even like the paintress, what's her name, Aline and Clea, all of these are complex, interesting characters that like a lot of their basis isn't being feminine, especially with like CL, for example, or like Mael. Like there is at least, yeah, something like that. And so there's even inside of that, their gender does play a role in the story. Obviously it does. Yeah, you make a game around everyone. You can't make them want it. Yeah, exactly. I don't have a problem with games from Tales of the Shire. I don't have a problem with them either, but I think that whenever you make one of them, you shouldn't expect to sell 1 million copies. That's my point that I'm making. Why war won't work with Gen Z?
You know, they say every couple of generations, one generation is bound to experience the most life-changing events in history.
Definitely
and so far, it's looking like Gen Z is fitting the boot. Okay, maybe...
No. You don't remember September 11th. I do. We had September 11th. We had Y2K. We had the internet. There was the president getting his dick sucked. That was a pretty big deal. The Berlin Wall fell in 1989. No. Don't even say that.
That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but can you blame me after all the things we've had? Most of us were born around the time or after one of the most devastating terror attacks in modern times.
I watched
happened.
it.
We saw our parents trying to keep their sanity during the 2008 financial crisis.
Yep.
As soon as we stepped out into the real world as adults, everything decided to shut down because of COVID in 2020. We've been having drills since we were 5
Okay,
at school.
all right, I give it to him. I give it to him. Gen Z did get cooked by COVID. Y'all did get cooked by COVID, and like millennials, like I'm, you know, fucking 34, right? And so I had already been out doing shit with people for 10 years before COVID, right? And so they did get spawn camped on COVID.
In case a lunatic comes in and mows the whole school down. And now to add the cherry on top, we may be running back to draft and being put on the warfield. Excuse me, I meant you guys may be running back to draft and on the warfield. I just found out I'm highly on the spectrum, so unfortunately that means I can't qualify.
Be transsexual.
But good luck, future soldiers. I'll give y'all each a high five and you can have fun on the battlefield. It's crazy how Gen Z is kind of running back what millennials had. Because millennials had a war growing up with a terrible economy and had to worry about if they could even afford a house. But man, at least they had good music coming out. What the do we have for these turmoil?
Dude, I remember me and Cody and Jeff listening to this song. Oh my God. Listen to this song driving around Riverside in Austin.
Times. Lil Mabu. I don't think I really have to explain too much what's going on. If you don't keep up with the news, you've probably seen the memes already about hitting 360 no scopes on the battlefield. But the United States of America officially got involved with the Israel and Iran conflict and decided to drop 3 bombs on what they say is their nuclear sites. But of course,
he got that wrong, but I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, but yeah.
It's just a theory. A game theory. All right, I'm sorry. I feel like I need to take these matters more serious. Now, I'm not going to say too much of my personal opinion on it and break this down like it's a 5-hour political podcast. I usually say and talk about things more on stream, so definitely go follow me on there in the second channel. But it's not surprising that everyone is scared online and doesn't know what's going to happen. You know, in the past, you usually didn't have a president tweeting that they bombed a country, then posting
and then congratulating themselves and asking for a Nobel Peace Prize all within 24 hours.
PNG photo of the American flag right after. This is definitely the worst time to be the ripe age of 18 to 25 because we going first if the draft happens. Unfortunately,
I think it's the opposite. I think Trump is so fucking crazy that there's no way somebody would want to start a war with him. He's so unpredictable and so crazy, nobody wants to fuck with him because they don't know what he's gonna do.
High school class of 2025, you only got a couple of seconds of freedom.
Wait, I would not fuck with him at all.
I've been thinking to myself for a while, in a hypothetical, unlikely scenario of them actually doing a draft, the government
is like, do you ever, like, you think about it like this, if there's ever a crazy person that's having a situation, you always want to act like that you don't even see them. That's what they do. This is the wrong kind of dice. These aren't casino dice. Usually the 1 should be on the opposite side of the 6. These dice are messed up. You guys see that? These are Temu dice, yeah. Like I taught myself how to drop dice whenever I was in high school. And so like I know how I know how to do it, right? Yeah, it's
realize that
it would not work with Gen Z.
Gen Z has got to be the worst generation for them to try and get on the war train with them. And this isn't even mentioning about all the femboys and furries we got. Not even talking about how half of us are either morbidly
Nah, this shit's fake. This shit's fake. He'd be rolling. Now, if this was downhill, he would be winning.
One of the main reasons I think war wouldn't work with Gen Z is because the propaganda age of America is officially dead. And not just America.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And I think that, like, I see what he's saying. I get what he's saying. But at the same time, to say that the propaganda age is dead, has it ever occurred to you that maybe the propaganda age is so good now that you don't realize that you're in it?
Any country that has some form of free press is absolutely cooked. The reason why people back then were so patriotic and would do anything to be in the army in war times, you had kids who were in high school lying about their age so they could serve in the army, was because so many people trusted what the politicians said and how the media said things. Politicians were treated as saintly figures that would never do.
He a young guy. I get it, right? I get it. This is my take. Like, I'm probably about like 10 years older than him. I don't think that's really true. I can see why he thinks that, because like I think that a lot of guys my age probably have a romanticized viewpoint of politics from before we were like really adults. But the reality is that this has always been the case. And I think, honestly, the real reason why a lot of guys went to war after 9/11 is because we got attacked, right? We got attacked. And it was from an ideology that was so diametrically opposed to America that it was able to mobilize the entire country. Like, the entire country after 9/11 turned into Helldivers 2. It turned into Super Earth. It was insane to see it happen.
Too bad for the American people, because why would they? They sit on podiums and do cool speeches about us fighting for our democracy and freedom. And now we look back at certain conflicts America got in. And
yeah, you've got to keep in mind that, like, my dad talked to me about this a little bit, because the fact is that, like Ronald Reagan was also seen as a joke whenever he first ran for president, because he was also a former actor. And so people didn't take him seriously either.
Realized that there was no point in us being
hyper simplistic view from this guy. It's not simplistic. He's a young guy. He's giving his perspective. I'm giving my perspective as an older guy, and there's no hate at all. Like that. This is the way that he sees things. There's nothing wrong with this at all.
Almost nobody nowadays thinks the Vietnam War was something America needed to get involved in. And it's crazy, the number one...
Well, they did at the beginning because of the Gulf of Tonkin, which was turned out to be a false flag. And, you know, that's never happened before. And anyway, there was that, and I think that there was one other thing that happened as well. But the real turning point, according to my dad, who, you know, my dad was in the Vietnam War, is that, you know, he said that, like, the big turning point was, like, Walter Cronkite, you know, basically saying, like, what the fuck are we doing in the war? I've always had the viewpoint, like, I think a millennial, like, version of his take on politicians is that the media used to be unbiased. I don't think that the media was ever unbiased. I just think that now with the internet, we have the tools to triangulate the lies.
Superpower for military and all things. Lost to that were setting up Looney Tune ad traps in the ground.
Yeah, they had those. Yeah, my dad told me about this. He see people fall in these. Yep. They call them like punji pits or something like that. Oh, bear trap.
Also, the Iraq War is universally seen as a dumb war that shouldn't have happened by people now. Like, even Trump and Obama agree on that. That's probably the only thing they agree on. The reasons
why... hindsight. And also, the Iraq War was just funded. This is... I think that the Iraq War, like everything after the initial response to September 11th was the military-industrial complex at peak performance. Like, there's a reason why Metal Gear Solid got so popular after that.
Why these worked though is because it was so much easier to push propaganda in the past. Like in the Vietnam War, they were playing
I'm a real big fan of Hassan.
How'd that happen? Okay, anyway, I don't know what that was. I was like, wait, where's Nick? Okay, anyway.
So much easier to push propaganda in the past. Like in the Vietnam...
I completely disagree with this. And I think that, like, my opinion is that this is the same viewpoint that I think that a lot of us had whenever we first got on the internet and we first, like, became adults. We were like, okay, propaganda's over now. But the reality is that propaganda has changed. And I think the best example that you can use for a lot of millennials is the kid joking. No, he's just giving his opinion on it. There's nothing wrong with that. Is like, remember what happened after Occupy Wall Street? I think Occupy Wall Street was the last genuine grassroots campaign against genuine oligarchy in America. And right after Occupy Wall Street is when all of the identity politics got turned up to 11. And I think the reason why is because I think this was a top-down directive. And this makes me sound maybe like a conspiracy theorist, but I think that it's true. I think it was a top-down directive that was done intentionally in order to keep people distracted from, you know, again, like these people, they don't care if you're white or black or anything, or a woman or anything like that. These are people that are like living in luxury private planes they view all of you as just like second-class citizens. It doesn't matter what your skin color is. Everybody is like that to them. So yeah, that's it. And tone policing, yeah, exactly. And so that's what I think. And I think that's the most noteworthy tonal shift that's happened. And I think another great example of modern propaganda is COVID. I think the way COVID was handled is probably the best example that propaganda is in full swing. And propaganda will always be effective. The reason why propaganda will always be effective is because people want to believe what they agree with. So you're working against a person's biases, which are almost impossible to overcome.
War, they were playing TV ads saying this was all about freedom and nothing else.
Yeah.
Taking ads out the newspaper saying the only way to be a man is by getting drafted to war. And at the time before social media, everyone basically believed it because that's all.
No, that's not true. That was what they thought in Sparta. That's what they thought in Greece. That's what they thought in the Ottoman Empire, probably. I don't know enough about them to be sure about that. That's what they thought in like probably ancient China. That's what they thought in feudal Japan, like in Rome. Like this is like the entire idea of a men's initiation ritual being somewhat violent and sometimes combat oriented is something that is a tale as old as time. Violent men initiation rituals and combat being a rite of passage of being a man. I mean, Genghis Khan. Yeah, and by the way, that's still the case now.
That was shown. There wasn't anyone with major platforms that would go against it because they would get censored. And everyone watched media through a few news channels, which would all...
This is, I think this is his opinion because he grew up with this. He probably saw a lot of people forget this, but there was a lot of pro-conservative censorship during the Iraq War and after September 11th for anyone who was questioning the way that we were responding to September 11th. And so maybe he remembers a little bit of that. Like he seems maybe a bit too young to, but maybe he does. And so I think that's also another reason too. But like it was in the past now, so people usually forget about it. Big time? Oh yeah, yeah.
all say the same thing. During the Iraq War, though, that's when you first started seeing people actually start speaking up about things.
Yes.
Saying, hey, maybe going into a country and murdering innocent civilians and committing war crimes isn't a good thing. Just maybe.
That wasn't the reason why people were mad. The reason why they were mad is because, I mean, we helped Saddam Hussein. Like, we worked with him in some cases. So, like, I remember, like, Saddam Hussein was almost surprised that we attacked him. Also, Saddam Hussein, any war crime that, like, you know, Saddam Hussein had a mustache the way he did as a way of honoring Stalin, right? I mean, the dude was fucking insane. Like, if you think anything that the U.S. does, at least officially, is bad, you should look at what Saddam Hussein did. That dude was nuts. Like, he was an Old Testament kind of guy, okay?
Media was still in its baby phases at the time it was going on, so there was still a lot of enthusiasm for it. But now with Gen Z, we grew up in the most free era of social media. No one would go because everyone would know it would be another lie that the government is doing. And the military's numbers have already been dropping more than ever. People have been making fun of it.
This was true, but it's not true anymore. Now, during Biden, military enlistment was extremely low, but now it's actually gone up massively. It turns out that when you make the leader of the military a guy that works out, that is, you know, in shape, and that has tattoos of the Crusades on his arms, military enlistment goes up. I wonder why. Well, maybe because whenever they were wearing the shirts with the fucking Crusades on them back 1,500 years ago, wherever the fuck it was, they were doing that then too. Yeah, how weird, right? Again, like the military service is very much a masculine thing. Obviously, women participate in the military and they can be valuable parts of the military, but it is primarily a masculine role. And so when you have masculine role models, and I think that Trump and, you know, Pete Hegseth, etc., and that whole group is much more masculine coded than Biden and Kamala Harris. Absolutely, it's not even a question. So yeah, it's our sport. Yeah, women shouldn't go to war. I think women can play a great role. My grandmother was a nurse in World War II, and that's how she met my grandfather, who was a pilot in World War II. So I disagree with that. I think women can play a role in war, but that role isn't on the front lines.
Because they be trying to recruit soldiers anywhere they can now. They've been seen at anime cons. They got whole Twitch channels now. They even got them at NBA games now. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm watching my glorious king LeBron putting up 40 points and a military sergeant comes up to me like, hey son, this game sure is great, right? Have you ever thought of the game of
Well, this is all... No. You want to know where they're really recruiting at? Working class high schools. How many of y'all had the Marines there and they had the pull-up bar and they were like, son, do you think you can do 10 pull-ups? Yep.
For your country?
I remember me and Cody did it for sure.
Out my face, bro. I'm watching LeBron. Even if there was a chance
That's the main
true
way.
And we were rightfully defending ourselves from evil, the U.S. government has lost so much trust in the public.
This is a great point that he's bringing up, and I think he's completely right about this. And I think this speech is probably one of the most mask-off moments for people to realize how much the American government is bought and paid for by foreign interests, and in this case, primarily Israel. These people were standing and clapping more than a seal at SeaWorld. It was embarrassing.
Believe them. I don't know a single man I've asked in Gen Z that said they would actually go if they got drafted. Most would rather just take...
Yeah, that's what they say. But then after they go to jail for not going to the draft, you really think that they just wouldn't go? Like, you don't get a choice. Like, this is the thing. I think it's a lot of young people believe this. Do you really think that you're the first generation to ever not want to go to a war? Come on.
The prison time or fine, then go. And looking at it in the long run, it's not even that bad. It's 5 years in prison max if you don't go. So it's either you get 5 years max in prison for not going and stay alive, or go and potentially get obliterated on the battlefield by a missile straight to the head. Hey man, I don't know about y'all, but I'm throwing a party in that prison for every day we not in the warfield. I got a friend that served in the military for a couple of years, and even he said nowadays he'd rather take the prison time. Also, the younger generation has realized we don't want to fight a war because of a politics.
I had a friend who was injured in the military for something that was completely unnecessary, and now he's a disabled vet. And so I think that this viewpoint and this sentiment's very accurate.
Beef. Like, why don't y'all fight it yourselves? Why I gotta grab the military equipment while you sit on a plane watching from above drinking champagne? They should host a boxing match every year for world leaders, and whoever wins, their country gets the most benefits for that year. Looking at our leader for now, though.
Who would win that? Maybe Joseph Kony. Oh my God. It'd be Kony 2028.
Yeah, we might be losing for the next couple of years if that happens. Also, growing up in this age, we've gotten exposed to how
actually, you're probably right.
These war injuries leave
Yeah,
people.
even though
this
dude's
right
like 60.
here might be the sole reason Gen Z would never join in. There's always a chance you could end up with one of those. People in war lose body parts I didn't even know was possible to lose. The day I'm at war and they try to obliterate my meat, the whole place is getting torn down. They should have tried to stop those images from coming out, because who the hell would want to potentially get involved in a war after seeing pictures like that? And it's crazy because
I think you really would be surprised at how fast people can publicly turn and be warlike. It was really surprising. So, like, a great example of this is Pearl Harbor. And this is, again, me speaking from secondhand. Because, you know, I'm telling you what my dad told me that, like, you know, his grandfather told him about it and everything, is that it's actually incredibly easy to manufacture consent from the public to go into a war. It is. And the moment that you think that it's not easy is the moment that you are now susceptible to it becoming even easier.
It happen at any moment to you on the warfield. One day you're chilling in the breezy weather of Iraq in...
I don't know why he did. I don't know why
you're
Bush
vibing,
did it
then
either.
You look to the right and see a man with 20 cc's of C4 strapped to his chest running to you at Usain Bolt speed. And now you end up looking like Two-Face back at home. I'm not sitting here and saying all of America's wars were unjustified, though. Like, I always appreciate the veterans out there who fought, because most of the time, even if the war ended up being unjustified, a lot joined to fight for justified reasons. And what
I think that's a W opinion. Is that, like, I respect veterans, but I don't always respect the reasons they're veterans. If that makes sense. Like, I'm not a big fan of, you know, the Iraq War, but if some guy's an Iraq veteran, you know, respect for that.
Told and then felt bad when they realized it was a lot. And also for World War II, America was justified in a lot, like, let's be real, mainly making sure Adolf didn't end up owning the world. But like I said...
Well, keep in mind, so Adolf Hitler actually had a tremendous amount of support from people in America. It was a massive amount. And in fact, if you look at JFK, for example, JFK, the president, said positive things about Hitler. So Hitler being seen as a universal evil in America is actually not true. Henry Ford, historically, I think is probably another great example of that too. And, you know, you had other people, the painter. Yes, really? Yeah. And obviously I'm oversimplifying this. So like a couple of details might be a little bit off. But basically after World War I, America had a very strong isolationist policy. It's kind of similar to how we are now because we were fatigued from World War I because so many people came back from, at least at that time, it's PTSD now, but back then it was shell shock. And so we had a very, very isolationist perspective in America, and it didn't really change until Pearl Harbor happened. And again, like, I think that Pearl Harbor was a surprise attack on America because Japanese, what do you call it? Officials, not officials, dignitaries. I don't know if that's the correct word or not. We're going to meet with FDR. You know, that was the president at the time, and he didn't meet with them because I don't know entirely about this, but my understanding is that a sneak attack would have galvanized the American public in order to engage in World War II because the government thought that, you know, like Hitler was an imposing and ambassadors. That's the correct word that I was using. Not really a surprise. Yeah. But like that's it. FDR wanted to enter the war because you have to keep in mind the war started, World War I started to change your profile picture to Clippy. Started in 1939. And America joined the war in 1941. The invasion of Normandy, I think, was in 1944. So in a lot of cases, like Hitler owned gold himself by trying to go into Russia in...
I swear they always wait till I'm gone to release these things. But yes, I've been gone for 4 days and the world turned upside down. And it's all because there was a big misstep that happened.
Winter, trying to fight a war on two fronts, etc. And so America played a very big role in World War II, but to say that Americans all wanted to be involved in World War II, I don't think that's really true based off of what my historical understanding is. We're isolationists before World War I. World War I justified our isolationism. North America has no need to interact with the world due to our resources. Yeah, well, yeah, I understand that. But but like I'm saying, after World War I, we were also very isolationist. Yeah, sure. And so let's see here. What part of this? Stop talking about stuff you don't know nothing about. What do I not know? Yeah, what do I not know? Is there a point of like any information about this that I'm getting wrong? Because if I'm getting something wrong, let me know. We'll see what happens. I don't want to waste a whole lot of time with this, so just try and type something out, or like let's move on. Let him cook. Yeah, this is taking too long. I'm just gonna ban him. Anyway, so yeah, there's nothing. You're not gonna say anything. You don't even know what you're talking about. And so anyway, changing history facts now. Yeah, and also keep in mind you can look any of this stuff up and verify it for yourself. But yeah, and also like for example, this is again something that like I might be getting slightly wrong, but one of the most commonly spoken languages in at least Texas back in the day was actually German. And America actually did certain things in order to pretend like that wasn't the case because they didn't want it to seem like there was a large contingency of people that were supporters of Nazis here. I think it's true. Yeah, so there's a lot of context to this that, you know, again, you know, my dad's older, and so like he grew up in this, so he knew a lot about it, and he told me a lot about it.
No matter how...
And also, like, there's a lot of cultural zeitgeist that's lost in translation whenever you look at history through Wikipedia, and it's more important to listen to what people say and then corroborate different stories.
Justified a conflict may be, the trust is gone from the public. It'll take a real hard campaign to have the youth agree the government is totally not lying in what they're saying. And the president we have now is totally not a liar, right?
One thing I can promise you this. I will always tell you the truth.
He don't even believe that himself. Do you see his face? He was probably holding back a laugh so hard in his mind. That's the thing that's most important.
Well, they all say that.
Having a person that the younger generation wholeheartedly trusts. It's a reason why a lot of dictatorships completely ban social media. Because they can fully propaganda the younger generation to look up to the leader and they're all gonna believe in them. Even having
That's true. He's right about that.
Someone that they trust is hard, but having someone that the younger generation doesn't trust, yeah, it's gonna be damn near impossible for the government to try to get us on the war train with that. No matter
It's so easy. It's so easy. And I think that by thinking that it's so hard, you let your guard down.
your view on Trump, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that most of Gen Z does not have a good view on him. You take a room of 10 of us, and I would say at least 8 people are gonna say they don't like him. And look, like—
Not anymore. I actually think that a lot of younger people are becoming more conservative more quickly. And at least that's what trends show.
Like I've said in the past, I'm not even one of those that's a Trump hater 24/7 and spends all day writing hate articles on him. But if you truly think the younger generation would fully be behind him declaring a war on another country, you're delusional. Bro, we just had a protest around the whole country against what he's doing. And because he's commander—
No, it's a very small amount of people. Trump also won the popular vote. I think that a lot of people like this and a lot of things like this and consuming mainstream media creates a very one-dimensional perspective. Is that if there were really that many people who were against what Trump was doing, he wouldn't have won the general election and won the popular vote. Trump, I think, has gotten more popular over time. Like, he's been building up momentum ever since 2015. Like, he's more popular now than he was whenever he was first president.
In chief and can set whatever war policies he wants, I would not trust what the this would implement. Like, what if he implements a policy where if your meat is smallest, you got to be the first to go because you probably can't repopulate the population after it drops from all the casualties? All of us would—
Good. They get rid of all the women, right? That'd be it.
Be like, I don't know if I can trust the man leading the war that says this on stage.
Because they asked me what I do, and I said, I'm gonna bomb the out of them.
Imagine he forgot there was a couple of soldiers on the warfield and threw one right in the middle of the fight. Also,
I gotta say that— what do you think Genghis Khan said? Really? What do you think that Saladin said? What do you think that Harry Truman said? Well, he said it twice, actually, in that circumstance. Yeah, the entire time, all of this, what do you think Caesar said? Yeah, every single time. Alexander, yes.
Another reason why the younger generation wouldn't be motivated to join in is because we really got nothing to look forward to and have no hope for an American dream. Our economy's still from COVID and inflation is still going on. No one can get
It's not fucked from COVID. It's fucked because companies exploited COVID. They use COVID as an excuse. It's not a reason.
Job on the mainland already, and most of Gen Z ain't gonna get a house in their lifetime. At least back then, when you fought a war, you had those things to look forward to. You came back and could work a shift as a cashier and buy a house in 2 years. Nowadays,
exactly. I think this is also a sentiment with older people too, and like older people also like have to deal with like student loan debt too also. And I think this is a very good point, is that the social contract that is made between a young person in a society and society itself has been violated and it's been broken. And I think a good example of that is that go to school, work hard, go to college, you're going to get a good job, you can afford a house, and you can have a good life. That social contract has been broken in America. That started, I think that it began in 2008. And also, like, the divergence really began in, like, the 1975, 1980 period. That's whenever you really saw productivity and labor, like, the wages that you got for your labor. That's whenever you really saw the divergence. But now, obviously, it's become much more pronounced. Be law-abiding, hardworking citizen, the government will have your back, used to be the message. Yeah, exactly. And now it doesn't. So he's right about that for sure.
Instead of that, you're gonna come back and have no work available to you, probably still be living with your parents. All the femcells on Twitter and TikTok are gonna be laughing at the men dying on the warfield. And don't count on the government to help you either after. It's so sad to me that there's people out there that served the country and helped keep it alive, only for them to end up homeless with no help from the government. In what world should homeless veterans even be a thing, bro? We spend $880 billion on the military a year. Everyone who served in war should be eating good and kicking back for the rest of their lives. They did something that
I totally agree, by the way, and I think this is what, like, this is why I think people get so angry about, like, aid to migrants and aid to other countries when we don't have, you know, like, veterans in our country. Like, I'll tell you that, like, obviously I have a lot of friends that are veterans, and like, I mean, my dad, the only reason my dad wants to go to the VA in order to get disability is so he can fuck the VA out of money. He doesn't need the money. He would only do it out of the principle.
none of us wanted to do, and the politicians, and then got the end of the stick. If I was them, I would take back all of my service and stay my ass on the mainland. The government has tried to right those wrongs.
And also, I think that I'm surprised he's not bringing this up because he's a younger guy, so he's probably more in tune with this. But another really big reason why young people join the military is because of the GI Bill. Like, my dad used the GI Bill to go to college. I had a number of friends that went to war, or they joined the military. And this was during the Iraq War, and then, you know, the following, you know, just, you know, indefinite length war on terror. And that's, by the way, that's the reason why they would go to those working class high schools, because those working class high schools were the places where the people couldn't afford to go to school. So if you weren't in top 10%, if your family didn't have a lot of money, if you couldn't apply for a scholarship, you would be able to go into there. And so you had a lot of people that did it for that reason too. College is now a scam. Yeah, and you can see how there's a confluence of instances that are coming together as a way out. Yeah, and there's also, like, for example, like, we always think about the military as, like, you know, shooting a gun and, like, you know, killing terrorists or something. But there's also people who are in the military that are medics or they're mechanics. And those skills are translatable. Like, I had a friend who, you know, like, one of his other jobs, you know, he was infantry, he's a Marine, obviously. But so, of course, he, you know, like, saw a bit of combat, etc. Very, very minimal amount, but he did see some. But he was primarily a mechanic, and he got out of school, he got out of the military, and now he's a mechanic professionally.
Benefits for people, but you still end up with people who got left behind and have nothing after. The only reason why I would even join, to be honest, is the benefits. I just have to sit there and pray that a war doesn't actually happen. Because for real, I'd only want the free insurance and vacations. The warfield is a different conversation. I'm gonna have to take my prison time for that game. Anyways, that's gonna be it. For anyone in Gen Z that's actually worried about a draft in war, I'm gonna let you know right now, there's about a 95% chance no draft happens. Like, first
I think there is a nothing ever happens argument, but I don't think nothing ever happens because of young people not being willing to go to war. I think it's just simply because there's not really a reason. Like, with the amount of technology and tools, like, and resources that we have now, going to war with, like, troops on the ground, I think that's going to be seen in the same way that the cavalry was seen in World War I, as antiquated, vestigial, and just simply not useful anymore, and not effective.
Half of our paycheck, if you live in the United States, goes to the military. We spend $880 billion a year on the military, and Iran spends a whopping $10 billion. Their whole military operation would get wiped in like 2 nanoseconds if they actually tried to attack civilians. They would learn
exactly. Exactly. Like, that's why I never bought the entire idea of, oh, it takes 20 years to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. No, it takes 20 years for you to make $1 billion.
The true reason why we don't have free healthcare. The last thing they'd ever want to do is let all politicians put their political beliefs aside and let Congress come together and let Trump do whatever the he'd want to do in a war.
That's
it wouldn't
right.
matter if their allies got involved, which I don't
No,
think
Trump will always do whatever the fuck he wants to in a war. Obama did it and Bush did it too. There's no precedent that prevents him from doing that. And certain things, I believe in the Patriot Act specifically, I could be wrong about this, so don't quote me on it, expand a president's wartime like capabilities and the way that a president is able to react to things without even having it be a war. Like recently, for example, like a president can respond directly to a imminent threat on the United States with military action without needing to consult Congress at all. And if it's ongoing for more than, I think it's 60 or 90 days, maybe 30 days, then he has to get it approved by Congress. But there's ways around that. Just ask Obama. Yeah, War Powers Act, yeah.
They would have so much more
60,
to lose
yeah.
with Iran, like it wouldn't be worth it. Also, they wouldn't do it because I'm here. They know I don't play when I say leave us alone. Anyways, follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. As always, I love you guys consensually. And until next time, I'm out.
I think it's really interesting to hear a perspective of a younger guy about this, because I think that like his perspective in a lot of cases, like I don't agree with a lot of the things that he's saying in this video. But I think that Trump's live. Okay, give me a second. That's good fucking timing. All right. Well, anyway, I did like the video, and I want to hear one big. All right. Well, let me link you guys the video. Okay, guys, give it a like. All right. I know people disagreed with them, but I really appreciate young guys coming out here and giving their opinions, even if it's something I might not always agree with. So I saw a clip of this, and I figured I would watch the whole thing because there was an interview about this I thought was really interesting.
The system is rigged, so if you got $1 million, great. If you got 5 million, 10 million, even better.
That's pretty good,
Life
yeah.
gets easier.
I would agree. If you have $10 million, life is better than if you don't. That's true. Yep.
It's the way our tax system's set up.
Yeah, we have a very progressive tax system until you get to about the 99th percent. And essentially the people who get most damaged by our current tax code, it's
middle class.
Lower and middle income households, their taxes have gone up slightly because of consumption, but not because of federal. The people that really get hurt are what I call the workhorses. And that are people who make an exceptionally good living, but it's all current income. And they live in a blue state. They might be paying 50 to 54% tax rate. I bet some of those people are around this table right now.
And I think also a lot of those people that are paying that high tax rate, they don't have the money to pay an accounting service to offset it. Like, for example, I'll just say this. I usually have to pay multiple thousands of dollars to have my taxes done. That's because my taxes are probably as thick as one of the books in Lord of the Rings. It's a lot. And so if you have a person do that, it's going to cost a lot of fucking money. And it's not worth it for them. And it's not cost effective. And so they just end up paying more money because they can't get better service because the tax code is so hard to approach from like a, like an average person's perspective.
If you can make the jump to light speed and invest in assets, stocks, housing, then your tax rate plummets. So in America, we've decided to try and create a super class of billionaires, and then if they win,
I think that's what happens. Is a lot of people do have like I hear about this all the time. These like landlord guys that have like 100 houses or like 50 properties, and these people are just farming money. They're just farming fucking money. It's crazy.
Metal, we're going to give them the silver and the bronze. Two biggest tax deductions: capital gains and mortgage interest. Who owns homes and stocks? People my age. Who doesn't know? Who rents and makes some money from current income? Young people. So we've decided that the wealthiest people in the world should get exceptionally more wealthy. Minimum wage stuck at $9.25. Stock market is screamed up.
It's $7.25 here in Texas.
Average 70-year-old is 72% wealthier than they were 40 years ago. The average person under the age of 40 is 24% less wealthy. We are purposely transferring more wealth from the poor and middle class to the upper class to the super rich, and from young to old.
And you say in the book, which is true and alarming, but let's say a 30-year-old American in America right now is doing no better than his or her parents. Then that's a new thing in American history that.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. Yeah.
You would think over time, we want to do better than the next generation, than the last generation. It's not happening anymore.
I think it all ties into what we're talking about on campuses. For the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. That is the social compact breaking down. People aged 30 to 34, 60% of them in 1990 had
well, that's me.
One child. Now it's 27%. People are opting
60 to 27? Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like about my friends. I would say out of my friends, it's like 60% do have kids. But like if I add in all of my friends that are streamers, it would go down to probably about 40%. Yeah, maybe 30 to 40%. That's not about money though. Well, I think there's a lot of reasons for that.
Out of America, they're not optimistic about it. They're not having kids. Young people aren't having sex. They're not meeting. They're not mating. The pool of emotionally and economically viable men shrinks every day.
It is, yeah. Guys don't have any fucking money. They can't get a girlfriend. And this is why you're going to... And I don't really think that there's going to be a way to solve this, by the way. I think that the way you solve this is just creating AI girlfriends. I don't think that, like, there's going to be a way that this gets fixed and things go back to the way they were in 1993. It's just not going to happen. The cat's out of the bag. Sad but true. Yeah, exactly. And I think that also, like, a lot of times, like, guys have... I think that it's also, like, a lot of girls probably would not pursue relationships as early as they do if the culture did not reward that, right? Or like, I guess a better way for me to say it is the culture did not actively punish that. Because now that women have, like, more opportunities to, like, have careers, a lot of them are choosing to have careers. And so in the past, that literally wasn't that much of an option. So, like, it makes sense.
Lessens household formation. So we have a real issue. Young people are enraged. So it turns every cut, every movement into an opportunistic infection because, quite frankly, they are just pissed off. They look...
What would need to be done to reverse this? What needs to be done, and this is what is going to happen, and it's just a matter of, like, when, is that they need to have, like, a universal income. Because what's going to happen is that the reason why a lot of young people have economic problems is because the jobs that young people have to build up skills are not available anymore. Like, a lot of those jobs are just simply removed. Like, you can't, there's not as many people getting hired at Walmart or getting hired at Target or your local grocery store like H-E-B here. Not to mention, like, fast food restaurants. And you see a lot of jobs that are kind of like that low education, like not necessarily like zero education, but like just general low education jobs are just simply being automated. And as those jobs get automated, there will be people that fix and work on those robots, but that level of education is much higher than the job that the robots were designed to solve. So the problem is that if you're a guy and you're looking to get a job and you are 24, let's say, and you don't have a STEM degree or something like that, and you don't want to work in a trade, you don't really have a lot of options. It's hard to do. Yeah, tech is also fucked. It's barely started recovering. Yeah, and that's what happens. And so, and there will be guys that end up coming out ahead, right? This always happens. Like, there are guys now that are 25 that are making $200,000 a year because they are really high performers at their job or for whatever other reason. Maybe their dad owns the company. But there are guys that actually even reach that on their own without any sort of, like, weird, crazy thing. But it's a very, very low probability. And so the probability of that happening is just extremely fucking low. And also, like, the guys that are doing that are 1% guys. Like, these are guys that are smarter than probably like 95 or 99% of everybody else. So, and like, I'm not the kind of person, like, I don't think that intelligence is, I think it's changeable to a degree, but it's not completely changeable. I've played WoW long enough to know that there are some people that you will just never really be able to teach them to get out of the fire. Like, you can teach them how to get out of this fire, but they will go to the next fight and then they'll stand in the next fire. And they're just stupid, right? That's it. And you can make them a little bit less stupid, but they're still going to be less stupid. And that's the problem. And so in the past, these people had jobs that were, you know, relatively low education, low thinking jobs. But now that doesn't happen. And more jobs are requiring critical thinking. And whenever you have critical thinking being a requirement, Well, that's a problem because a lot of people can't do that. I think you can still achieve that without being smarter than 99%. Okay. If you can achieve that without being smarter than 99%, then you probably have something else that puts you in the 1%. And you probably have a confluence of things that put you in the 1%. You could be very attractive. You could come from a richer area. You could be very good at communicating, for example. Like, just because you're not in the 1% of intelligence does not mean that you're not in the 1% of 3 other things as well. Do you see what I'm saying? Born to the right parents. Yeah, like, for example, like for me, both of my parents were master's degree college graduates. My dad did work on a PhD. He left, he became a professor in college. He was an executive at a publishing company. Then he retired, worked at the IRS. My mom was a writer, and she did that for many, many years, and professionally. And so, like, guess what? Growing up, I had a massive advantage over people who, let's say you're a, you're like first generation Mexican, right? Like your parents came from Mexico. They don't really speak English very well. I have an automatic advantage over that person because I grew up in a house where my parents talked to me a lot in English and I learned how to speak in a proper way. That's just the truth. And it's not something that has to do with like the color of my skin. Like there's black people that had the same advantage that I did in that circumstance. But the truth is that is still a massive fucking advantage. And there's all kinds of little advantages like that. Like, for example, being tall is a huge fucking advantage. Being attractive is an insane fucking advantage. There's even a term for it. It's called the halo effect. So you have all, and also like health as well. Like I've noticed that, like, for example, whenever I was younger, for me, I've always been very, I know you might not believe this, but I used to always be very athletic. And it was always amazing for me to see people that would drop out whenever we would like run a mile and they couldn't even do 1 lap. It's like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? No, it's cap. No, it's not. Yeah, it's extremely common. So I think what happens, we play the video. Yeah, I kind of went off on a tangent. But the point that I'm making is that basically in order to be a winner, like let's say in the past, you had to be in the top 80%. Now you have to be in the top 30% or 20% or 40%. So whenever that many people are getting left out and they're losers, that's a huge problem.
They see wealth, exceptional wealth across my generation and people in certain industries, and they are really struggling. Their purchasing power is going down, and the incumbents create artificial scarcity on campus. We take pride in rejecting 90% of our applicants. So the incumbents who already have a degree see their degree go up in value. We get very concerned with housing and traffic once we own the housing. Housing permits are sequestered from young people. Housing prices have gone from $290 to $420 in the last 4 years. So a young person...
$290 to $420. Oh, wow. That's a lot.
A house, stocks that I don't own, skyrocket in value. Let's have COVID relief and flush the markets and take assets way up, because if 1 million people dying would be bad, it would be tragic if I got less wealthy. And we're doing it on their credit card. Young people have every reason to be enraged, and every issue they see, they look up, they get angry, and they see someone doing better than them, and then every day it is speedballed in their face.
It's not going to stop either. It's going to keep getting worse every single year. And the reason why it's going to keep getting worse is because people are trained to hate each other rather than hate the people that put them in the situation that they're in. Because a lot of the people that are being taken advantage of and fucked over, I'll be honest, they're stupid. That's why they can't get a job and they can't compete at that high level. So guess what? All of those people, it's really easy to hoodwink them into thinking that the real problem is incels, or the real problem is feminism or something like that. Because it's an easier, like, the thing is that, like, identity politics, that's the real reason why you're a failure in life is because of identity politics. Well, that's a really easy sell to somebody with an IQ of 91.
That they are failing, that they are not doing as well as everyone around them. We have lost the script. Our kids are more anxious, and more depressed, and more obese, and more addicted, and we have made a purposeful decision to let this happen.
This is the part that I saw.
By ensuring the people around this table stay wealthy at the cost of young people.
So, Scott, what the social element of that's the economic element, the social elements that you mentioned, the happiness, the anxiety, all of those things, that kids aren't getting together anymore, that they're not having kids. What happened in one generation? Social media has to play a role in it, I'm sure, but what else do you see that has created this climate for this generation?
Okay.
I think you have the most talented, well-resourced people in the world and companies trying to convince a young man that he can have a reasonable facsimile of life in his basement behind a screen. You don't need friends. Go on Reddit or Discord. You don't need to get...
Was he talking about me? Wait, what? What's this shit? Who the fuck?
A job? Go on Robinhood or Coinbase and trade crypto and stocks. You don't need to go through the rejection.
Yeah, that's another thing, is that I think that this is definitely true, and I know this is true for myself. As I said, I don't like revealing my power level for like kind of a little bit how crazy I am. But I used to dig my fingernails into my skin and tear my skin out as just a reminder to myself that I could do whatever I wanted. That's right. I have scars on my back from it. Yep. I did it on my arms too, but all that's pretty much healed out. And so, yeah. And so I'm a bit of a weirdo, but the truth is that a lot of people, they feel like they don't have any real autonomy. They can't control themselves. And I think that for me, there were a lot of cases in my life where I think that, for example, like I got a lot stronger dealing with something that was like extremely, like really, really bad. Like, for example, like whenever all my teeth started falling out, I was such a bitch before that. I was. I was a total bitch. And like after that happened to me, that really, like, it fucked me up a lot, but I was a lot more fucking resilient. Tooth pain is no joke. Yeah, exactly. You go fucking tell the truth. The refreshing is fun. Yeah, it's life-changing. It is. And the same thing happened, like, with my mom. Like, after she passed away, I think about, like, because I'll watch videos of myself before then, and I think about, like, how, like, emotionally weak I was. I was incredibly weak. And, like, having to deal with that and the stress and pressure of that was just so bad that it like, and this is the thing, this is the problem, is that, like, it definitely changed who I was as a person in a good and a bad way. And I think that there are a lot of other instances that I've had this happen in my life too, where, like, now I think that I am more, did you hate yourself at the time? Yeah, of course. I wanted to kill myself. Of course, yeah, sure. But I didn't do it. I was a pussy, right? I mean, let's be honest. So yeah. And so that's what happened. And I think that a lot of guys nowadays, they don't have to go through a lot of those things in a lot of cases. Like a lot of social friction. I think that's a good example of it. And I'm using, like, extreme examples from my life, but there's a lot of, like, very, very low examples, like getting kicked out of a friend group, having people dislike you, getting turned down by a girl, something like that. And a lot of people don't have the opportunity to do that. And guess what? If you spend so much time not doing that, you're going to be in a bad spot. Suicide's getting higher? Yeah. Imagine you did. You miss out on being an incredibly successful businessman, all on a cool dude. I don't really ever think about that stuff. I don't, guys, I just, listen, there's a reason why I don't really talk about how I feel with a lot of things. It doesn't matter. The point is that this guy is right, that being on social media and spending all the time on the internet does, I think, make people a lot weaker.
And the expense and the humiliation, like, mentally, and working out and having a plan and humor and showering to get a romantic relationship, you have porn. So we have an entire generation, especially of young men, who are out home sequestering from society and missing out on what it means. You know, there's a reason romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes. True victory in life is sequestering from society. An entire generation, especially of young men, who are out home sequestering from society. Generation, especially of young men, who are out home sequestering from society and missing out on what it means. You know, there's a reason romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes. True victory in life is
That's a good one. That's a really good one. And I bet they did the other. I don't even know if they got that. He just said it? Yeah, bro. He said this on fucking national TV. Weird tangent? Yeah, that was perfect. Oh my God. You brought up rom-coms? Yeah, it's perfect. Holy shit, that was good.
You know, there's a reason romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes. True victory in life is hard. Going out, meeting someone, finding mentors, finding mates, that stuff is hard.
Well, also, like, a lot of guys aren't going to be able to do that. There's some people that are just born losers, and they're never going to be successful in a free market because other people will beat them out because they're weak. And that's just what happens. And so you either have to reconcile that and just make sure that these people, like, and this is just what natural selection. Yeah, that's just what happens. And I'm not, look, I'm not being mean. I think it's just the truth. Yeah, damn, you just got right to it. Yeah, well, as I said, I love saying the thing that's true in the worst possible way to make everybody think it's not true, right? And so I think did I do a good job with that? Hopefully I did. Yeah, some people are born losers. They're never going to be competitive. They're never going to win anything. It doesn't matter how hard they try. Somebody else will always outperform them. And these are people that used to work at McDonald's. These are people who used to work on an assembly line, turning the nut. There you go. Because guess what? If you put them in a critical thinking situation, whoever is accountable for that is going to be having a bad time. I wouldn't call some people weak. Well, I'm not talking about mentally weak. I'm talking about physically weak. Like, they're shorter, they're smaller. They can't do certain things. Think about it as in terms of in any animal, in any group of animals, a lot of the animals die. In almost every single instance, a lot of them fucking die. Do you really think that that's not the case with people? It's the case with every single group of animals, but not people? Of course it is. Some people are just born losers. Some people spawn in with 60 talents, and some people spawn in with 0. And that's the way it goes. I don't think this is a problem that's possible to solve, because you can't empower a person like that. It will never work.
But that's what real victory in real life is like. And because a lot of men feel rejected on dating apps, the number of jobs that are accessible to them has gone down. You have essentially a group of men who are saying, I want a low-risk entry into life. And they go down a rabbit hole. When they don't have social connections, and they don't get out, and they don't have the prospect of a romantic relationship, they're more prone to conspiracy theory. They're more prone to misogynistic content. They're less likely.
Well, of course they're prone to conspiracy theory, because it's a conspiracy. It is a conspiracy why they're fucking failures. The fucking government cooked it up. The society, they're right.
Believe in climate change, and some they become really bad citizens. We are producing too many of the most dangerous person in the world, and that is a young, broke, and lonely young man.
Yeah, true.
Why is it that so many...
every single school shooter basically is that. Now, there's a few exceptions, but it's a big deal whenever one of them is an exception, right? Yeah, most of the time, a lot of the guys that go on shooting rampages are under 25 guys that are losers or loners.
Of these young people that you're talking about seem to...
And I also don't think it's because of guns. I really don't. I think guns are a factor, but people had guns in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and shit like that wasn't happening. Like, a lot of people brought that. Like, my dad even told me, he was like, yeah, people would bring their gun to school. They'd leave their shotgun in the car. They'd drive to fucking high school, and they'd leave the shotgun in the car. Not a single one of them took the shotgun in and started shooting a bunch of kids. So what's the difference? I don't even think it's drugs. I actually don't think it's drugs. I think it is, to be honest, I think some of these people are like mental cases and they should have been institutionalized. But because we can't institutionalize people anymore, they're out free. And some of them shoot up schools. And I think also it's the death of hope. These people have no hope for the future. They don't think that anything is ever going to get better. So they go and kill a bunch of people and then kill themselves. That's it.
Into life after going to 4-year schools or 2-year schools or whatever, head into life with a lack of...
Sorry, I hate pausing it like this because I brought up, there's a good comment here. Somebody says gun education isn't taught anymore. Back then, people were taught the importance. No. Back then, people were taught the importance of life because religion played such a massive role in society, and it no longer exists. Religion has been replaced with political dogma. That's the reason. Almost every single one of these people also are not very religious. Religion isn't necessary? I think it is. I think Karl Marx was right. Religion is the opiate of the people. I think it's true. I do. Again, keep in mind, I have the worst possible view of humanity that you can have. So maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think.
Financial literacy. They don't know anything about money or the growth of money. All they know is the absence of money.
I think we need to have, in our curriculums in high school, a class on adulting. My kid, I see it in my house, my kid can do integers and basic calculus, but he doesn't understand the interest on his credit card.
That's bad. That's really bad. How? I don't know how. That's crazy bad. Yeah, kids won't listen anyway. Well, here's another problem, is that because parents don't have a lot of money, how many of you guys learned how to budget money really well because your parents gave you an allowance? And like, for example, I would get like 20, 30 bucks a week. And then I had to spend some of that on school. Like I had to buy school lunch with that money. And then anything I had left over was my money that I could spend the way that I wanted. And that teaches kids how to spend money and how to allocate money per week. Yeah, a week. $30 a week, you're rich. Yeah, I forgot if it was like $20 or $30. My mom might have upped it to 30. I really don't remember. I didn't get shit. Yeah, but for a lot of you guys that did, do you think that getting an allowance and being able to budget out that money in the way that you chose to helped you better, like, with financial matters? Because for me, I feel like it was very helpful. That's not what he's talking about? No, he is. Because, like, you understand, like, people don't understand the importance of money who don't have the ability to use it a lot. The problem is that kids make bad mistakes with money in a space that's safe. Like, you can make a stupid mistake with money at age 11, at age 14. But whenever you make a stupid mistake with money at age 19 and you take out a 21% interest loan on a Dodge Challenger and you don't have a job, well, that's a really big mistake. That's way bigger mistake than buying the wrong video game at GameStop. And so at a certain point, having kids, it's kind of like a, like natural immunity or something like that, building up a tolerance to it. So if kids aren't able to make mistakes as kids, then they're going to make those mistakes as adults instead.
So there's just some basic kind of financial literacy that we're not teaching. And when you start replacing civics with computer science, you lose a sense of the country and you start learning about programming. And when you don't talk about basic financial literacy or even mating, I would like to see in the senior year of college mating dynamics and help men understand, and women, what is unique to them and their vulnerabilities to social media. I was talking about the challenges of men from social media. At exactly the wrong time in a young girl's life, she is presented with a valuation where she never gets to leave the high school cafeteria 24/7. And as my colleague Jonathan Hyde has pointed out, we've seen a dramatic uptick in suicide. But I think effectively we just don't have basic skills for young people. We're teaching them advanced things, but we're not teaching them the basics around what a mortgage.
Yeah, I completely agree. Kids don't need to learn Algebra 2. It's a waste of time. Nobody cares. They don't need to learn about English literature in senior year. They should definitely learn. And it's not that this stuff doesn't matter at all. It's that other things matter more. And if you have a limited amount of time, it is a bad decision to put this above the other thing. Like Algebra 2 is very important, but it's not more important than financial accounting. Now change time. Well, I mean, not maybe it's not something like that, right? But more about taxes and living costs. Yeah, exactly. Why is math always to blame? Because most people don't use math. Realistically, you're probably like, I'll tell you, how many times have I needed to calculate the hypotenuse of a square like this? Like, calculate the long one. I'll tell you the amount of times. 0. 0 times. I never had to do it. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. I remember how to do it. But a lot of people probably don't. And so if you're teaching people something that 95% of them, 90% of them, 80% of them are never going to use, why are you teaching this to them? Because it goes against fundamentally the way that people learn. People learn and retain information by regularly going back to that information. Like how many of you guys, for example, had a locker in school and you forgot the password on your locker between like semesters or between summer break and the next year? Because you're not using it. So if you teach people skills that they're not going to use, they're just going to forget the skills, and it'll be as like you never taught them at all. You see what I'm saying? Like that's just not the way learning works. Always use the same password? Yeah, password 1. There you go.
What interest rates mean. So I think we could use just a basic class on adulting, junior or senior year.
Hey everyone, MSNBC has a new and improved app. You'll get real-time alerts and analysis, live blogs, in-depth essays, video highlights, and the best 2024 election coverage. Download the new MSNBC app. Here's how to
that
do
guy's
it.
totally
you
right.
tap on the App Store on your phone. You hit search on the bottom right corner. You type in bottom right corner, you type in MSNBC.
Oh, boy.
You click on the MSNBC app.
I'll link you guys the
click
video.
on Get or the cloud icon and
There it
enjoy
is.
it.
Give it a like. That was a good video. Yeah, I mean, I would say this guy is based as fuck. Like, it's actually crazy. One of the things that I really like with guys like this is because they say it in such a matter-of-fact way, and it's like people like this have a really good ability to cut through the bullshit. You know, like the romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes. That's a good point. That's a really, really good point. And it's just raw. Hypotenuse is alongside the triangle. It doesn't matter, though. That's the point that I'm making. Hypotenuse is alongside the triangle. It doesn't matter, though. That's the point that I'm making. Is that, like, I got a 99 in geometry. I understood that extremely, extremely well. But a lot of it I've probably forgotten by now because I don't use the information. That's the reason why. And that's what happens with anything, liar. No, I actually did. Like, is it really that hard to imagine? Yeah. And so, and you're limited because of it? No, I'm not. And that's the point that I'm making, is that whenever you teach kids to learn something that they won't use, you're effectively wasting their time. That's the reason why. You're wasting their time. And I think also, like, these things are they're good to know. It's not like it's bad to know this, but again, you live in a world of scarcity.
everything in life is scarce. It's not like you can just have, oh, well, we'll just teach everybody everything. You don't have time for that. So you have to decide, what are you going to teach people? Is it more important to teach them Pythagorean theorem or how interest rates work? In my opinion, I think interest rates win out 10x, 100x more. So it's not that Pythagorean theorem doesn't matter. It's that other things matter more. Why can't we have both? Because you only have so much time. That's why. So you only have so much time that you have kids in school for. That's the reason. It's very simple. Yeah, they can only do so many classes. They're only going to learn so many things. And that's it. Math is teaching kids how to think. Yeah, but why wouldn't it be better to teach kids how to think in ways that are more practical to their real life? That's the worst argument I've ever heard. Like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Math should teach kids how to live. Yeah, exactly. It's about brain development. Okay, so you're telling me that like brain development only happens whenever you learn Pythagorean theorem, but if you learn accounting, they can't develop their brain? That's the most dumb fuck thing I've ever heard. No, that's not the way it works. Dumb fucking thing. It's so fucking stupid. What are these chats? It's so fucking stupid. Dumb fucking thing. It's so fucking stupid. Where do these chatters come from? I don't know. Yeah. I'm actually confused on something here. Did you guys not get algebraic functions and interest rates in grade 8 math? I mean, like, back in the day, I like, as I said, like, I grew up, like, my dad was into business, and so, like, I knew all of this stuff. This was never an issue for me. But I know a lot of my friends don't know it. How do I know they don't know it? Because I've seen their credit card bills. Yeah, that's how I know. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of a cell. Yeah, biology doesn't matter. Periodic table, this stuff, complete bullshit. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. It's not going to be relevant to like 90%, 80% of people's lives. Yeah, focus on something else. And again, like, I'm not saying that you should not do it, but you shouldn't make it required. You shouldn't do it instead of something else. I have this argument with a friend who has a PhD in physics. He told me that anything he learned was useless, but the exercises learn him to resolve the problems. I think that you're right, and I actually like the idea of math as a foundation of logic, and I think that's extremely true. But I also don't think that's the way that most people think. The truth is that most people are really not logical thinkers, and they never will be. How do I know that? Because I read Twitter. You're not going to teach somebody to think like that. Which is not what's going to happen. It's better to teach them how to do accounting, and that way they can not fuck up their life. Biology matters in terms of not being a moron with ridiculous beliefs, making social decisions based on their misunderstanding of biology. Okay, let me immediately prove you wrong. Biology is a required course in America, and half of the country thought the way they can not fuck up their life. Biology matters in terms of not being a moron with ridiculous beliefs, making social decisions based on their misunderstanding of biology. Okay, let me immediately prove you wrong. Biology is a required course in America, and half of the country thought COVID was fake. It didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. So they think global warming is fake. There's no climate change. The earth is flat. Oh, I'm sorry. I wish more people would... If you guys are going to type an argument into chat, please think about what somebody would say to your argument. At least think one step ahead. That's all I'm asking. And then if you think one step ahead of that argument, and then you think and then you're like, oh, wait a second. This is a bad idea. Okay, never mind. Chess playing checkers, not chess? Yeah. Try to play a little bit more chess and less checkers. Exactly.
One of the reasons I'm on YouTube is to draw attention to ideas you might otherwise never have heard about. In the foundations of physics, it's rare to find genuinely new ideas that aren't obviously wrong, but today I have one that might be going somewhere. It's a recent series of papers from physicists who say that space retains the memory of the matter that passed through it, and that dark matter might be a relic of this memory. That sounds very interesting. Let's have a look. Gravity is special in many regards, and not just because it's refused quantization. One thing that makes gravity special is that it almost seems to duplicate the information from the other forces. Think about it. The gravitational field of a particle contains information about the particle's mass and its momentum. If the particle has an electric charge, that electric field carries energy, and the gravitational field therefore also knows about it. The reverse is not true. The electric field of a particle, for example, carries no information about the particle's mass. To some extent, this duplication is even the case for quantum numbers such as spin and the color charge, though when it comes to those, we run into the problem that we don't have a theory of quantum gravity. Still, I've always found this very intriguing and wondered why there isn't more work on it. There's also gravitational memory, a most remarkable and yet to be confirmed prediction of Einstein's general relativity. When massive bodies such as black holes or neutron stars merge, they emit gravitational waves that stretch and squeeze the fabric of space-time. You'd think that if those waves pass through our planet, they'll wiggle it for a bit and then everything returns to its previous state. But not so. After those waves pass, certain test masses remain permanently displaced. This is known as gravitational memory. Physicists have looked for evidence of this in data from gravitational wave interferometers, but not seen it so far. The new series of publications now isn't directly about either of these memory effects, but it builds on them. The authors imagine space-time as a vast grid of microscopic quantum bits that act as information carriers, atoms of space in some sense. The size of these bits, they say, is at the Planck scale, so they're incredibly small. They call the idea the quantum memory matrix. It sounds like a Netflix reboot. It works like this. Whenever a particle comes by, it interacts with the quantum bits in that location and leaves a memory in them. But in quantum physics, you can't duplicate information. So they say that as time passes, matter gradually loses information to space. One of the benefits of this idea is that it'd do away with the black hole information loss problem. The information never gets destroyed, it's just moved into space. In a recent paper, they go even further and say they can also explain dark matter. That, so their idea, is a consequence of all this information that space is picking up when matter passes through it. That information must carry energy, and so it has weight. And that weight comes out to be just roughly correctly to account for dark matter, or so they say. So what are we to make of this? Sounds good. But I'm highly dubious about this for various reasons. For one thing, where does the extra energy come from that's supposedly in the information that makes up dark matter? Usually dark matter is just assumed to have been produced together with normal matter in the early universe. If you produce it later in some way, memory, fact or whatever, that seems to violate energy conservation. There's also the problem that you can't chop up space into discrete chunks of Planck length size without breaking Einstein's theories. This is because in Einstein's theory, any length, including the Planck length, can get length contracted to a smaller length. So what does it even mean for something to have the size of a Planck length? It means nothing. This is why I give this a 10 out of 10 on the bullshit meter. It's a good idea in principle, but it has a lot of open ends. Meter. It's a good idea in principle, but it has a lot of open ends. So why am I telling you about this anyway? Because few ideas are born perfect, and I think this one might have a useful core. Give it some more work and maybe it'll go somewhere. I think one can summarize this idea as space never forgets. So next time you feel like the universe is holding a grudge, maybe it is. When I was a kid, I had my room decorated with Star Trek posters. But I gave up on posters because they're just such a mess to deal with. I've changed my mind because I've discovered posters, but made of steel. They don't fade, don't crinkle, and they don't get dog ears. This comes from a company called Displate, and they have a selection of over 2 million motifs. But wait, I hear you say, how do you get steel to stick to the wall? With a magnet! Yes, with a magnet! The magnet goes with a sticker onto the wall, and the steel on that. So if you get tired of Harry Potter, swap him out for Snoopy. And no, this sticker doesn't tear off the wallpaper. I tried. Displate doesn't just have posters for movies or brands, they also have unique designs from artists. They recently also introduced a new type of print called Textra that has 3D contours and surface areas with different texture and gloss. If you're looking for a last-minute GIF, you should really check this out, because their deliveries arrive in 5 business days top. And of course I have a special offer. If you use my code Sabine at display.com/@Sabine, you'll get 23% off if you buy 1, 27% off for 2 and 3, and for 4 or more you'll get 33% off. Maybe it's time to redecorate your office. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. I didn't plan on becoming particle physicists' enemy number 1, but that's what I've been for the past years. Now that this time is almost over, I hope, I want to try and explain what happened and how I think we can make progress in the foundations of physics. Spoiler alert, not by building bigger particle colliders. I believe that many of you heard of me first because I was criticizing particle physicists' plans for a bigger collider, among other places, in the New York Times. Here are some of the reaction from particle physicists. Seriously, it's been almost 3 years since ChatGPT's sudden rise to popularity scared everyone into thinking they'll soon be replaced by AI. Today I want to have a look at how things are going and what the future forecasts say. Since our collective attention span is decreasing by the day, let me get my most important message out right away. I think we're underestimating the pace of AI progress, and it's going to hit big in the next several years. It's amazing how quickly everyone has become used to the new reality. You can now generate images, write code, cheat on homework, or launch a startup and go bankrupt, all before breakfast. What a time to be alive. If you think people have been overestimating AI progress rather than underestimating it, well, you're thinking of a small but vocal minority. Here's an interesting fact that'll give you something to think about. A study from late last year asked 67 experts how long it'd take large language models to pass certain thresholds of expertise, such as that they outperform virologists on biothreat questions. Their so-called super forecasters collectively estimated that this would happen by 2034. In fact, it happened in early 2025. This means these super forecasters underestimated AI progress by a whopping 10 years, even though they had the tools in front of them. You might say, some forecasters they are. Maybe ultra forecasters would be wrong only by 20 years. I hear you, but my point is that there's a real risk that we're severely underestimating this because we've somehow gotten used to it. A rather scary future scenario came just recently from the AI Future Project, a new non-profit forecasting the future of AI. In a nutshell, they predict that the impact of superhuman AI over the next decade will be enormous, exceeding that of the Industrial Revolution. They have a very specific timeline up to 2027. By mid-2025, we're supposed to see stumbling AI agents, which, well, wasn't hard to predict. They predict that AI training will get even more expensive. That's almost certainly correct. In mid-2026, the Chinese will come and steal all the training results from the Americans. By late 2026, the stock market has gone up 30%. By early 2027, we'll have agents that continuously learn. The Chinese come to steal that as well. And then things really take off. By mid-2027, coding has been fully automated and AI starts to improve itself. In August, the reality of the intelligence explosion hits the White House, presumably while the European Commission is arguing over a regulatory strategy framework for an intelligence tax. In September 2027, AI does all of science, is badly misaligned. By October, everyone's in full panic, and by Halloween, all clocks will strike 10 to 2. Well, that was cheerful. But let's look at some more down-to-earth predictions about the estimated impact of AI on the GDP. The investment firm Goldman Sachs recently noted that AI has surpassed even the previous most optimistic expectations in terms of model use and tech sector investment. While there have not yet been any major impacts on the labor market, they expect that AI will start having a measurable impact on US GDP in 2027, so around the time that the world ends, if you trust the previous prediction. McKinsey likewise reports that the integration of AI into business has been proceeding swiftly in the past 2 years, though for now that's mostly in areas like marketing and sales as well as IT, which makes sense because those are the areas in which we can't tell whether anything's working anyway. The World Economic Forum believes that anything AI, robotics and software development is the biggest productivity contributor for the time to come and will generate a lot of jobs, whereas it's not the right time to start working at a post office. The consulting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers has revised their prediction for the estimated impact on the global GDP. They previously said plus 14% by 2030, now they say plus 15% by 2035. So it seems they were somewhat too over-optimistic. And then we have a guy from MIT who says that the impact of AI will be non-trivial but modest, which is the academic way of saying, I don't know either, but I don't want to be left out of the discussion. What are we to make of all this? I think the high speed to doom scenarios are unrealistic because they implicitly assume that we'll get to AGI using essentially the same models as we currently use. It seems likely to me instead that companies will have to completely start over again, and I suspect that the intelligent systems will become increasingly fragile and difficult to duplicate. That is to say, I think it'll take more than 2 years, 5 to 10 maybe. But I think that we're indeed at the edge of a remarkable transformation of the world, which, depending on your perspective, is either exciting or terrifying, But either way, a good excuse to have some cheese. One of the biggest problems with news today is that you don't just get the facts, you get someone's opinion about the facts. If you find that as annoying as I do, there's a solution to this problem. Have a look at Ground News. Ground News is a news platform that compares how a story is being reported by different outlets across the political spectrum. They collect and summarize news from all over the world and give you a quick summary together with a lot of extra information that you don't find in the standard media. Take, for example, this recent story about the Senate panel that rejected Trump's cuts to the NIH. You can see at one glance that this was basically not covered by the political right. Ground News also gives you this quick overview, then you have a factuality rating for each news item. It tells you whom the media outlets are owned by and where the news has appeared. And it's not like they do only US news. You can, for example, switch to EU news here. They also help you get out of your information bubble with this feature they call Blind Spot. It shows you news that has been almost exclusively covered only by one side of the political spectrum. Ground News has really improved my news reading a lot. If you want to try it too, use my link or QR code, because that'll give you a 40% discount on the Vantage plan, which gives you access to all their features. It's an easy way to do something for yourself and for this channel. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
So I just finished watching the new Superman with my son, which by the way both of us absolutely loved, when I remembered that not so long ago, actually something like 2 decades ago, there was a really bizarre discovery that was reported in the media as real-life kryptonite found right here in the mine on Earth. And although I completely forgot about this discovery, not so long ago, just a few weeks ago, there was a new article, the article published in the Nature magazine, that surprisingly discusses this mineral once again, in this case talking about its bizarre properties and its bizarre structure. But it's not called kryptonite, its official name is jadeite. And so in this video I wanted to briefly discuss exactly why this is so important and why it's sometimes referred to as Earth's kryptonite, and talk about why this is a pretty exciting discovery. But first of all, just to clarify, kryptonite from the Superman comic books is obviously not real. But here we are talking about a real mineral that surprisingly has a profound implications for humanity's energy future. But what exactly is jadeite and how was this discovered? And here the story begins in December of 2004 in the country of Serbia. And in the western part of Serbia there is a valley known as Jadar Valley. It's somewhere in the region right here. And well, this valley became really famous overnight because the geologists from Rio Tinto Exploration made a somewhat remarkable and previously unseen discovery. During the exploration using drill cores, they encountered very small, rounded nodules of a never-before-seen mineral. A mineral that did not match anything, and a mineral that they could not identify, which they instantly flagged as potentially important. And here the samples were right away sent to London and Canada. One sample went to a museum, the second sample went to a lab in order to determine what's inside. And so, following detailed examination and testing, this instantly became classified as a completely new mineral in 2006. And they decided to name it jadeite after that valley where it was discovered. But it was really decomposition that was so bizarre. You can see it right here. Lithium, boron, sodium, silicate hydroxide mineral. I sometimes refer to this as linacebo. And that might sound familiar to you if you're a comic book geek, or if you watched most of these Superman movies in the last few decades. This is of course our kryptonite connection. This exact chemical name was written down on a case containing fictional kryptonite in Superman Returns. This is the part where Lex Luthor steals it from a museum. And so this bizarre similarity attracted a lot of media attention shortly after the discovery. As a matter of fact, it's actually kind of bizarre that the mineral was discovered around the same time when the movie was filmed. But naturally, there are some obvious differences. First is that this is not a green mineral. Unlike fictional kryptonite that glows in green and obviously contains a lot of supernatural effects, real jadeite does not contain fluorine and does not emit anything green. And though it does appear kind of boring, containing mostly white and earthly silicate mineral colors, it does start to glow if you shine it with the UV light. Specifically, it turns pink or orange. But despite of this, it is still super exciting and, to some extent, extraordinary in its own right. Despite not having any supernatural powers, it does contain some superpowers that we've never seen before in any mineral. And so let's discuss why jadeite seems to be so important and why this is potentially super exciting for a lot of future technologies. And that's mostly because it contains lithium, a key component in batteries for electric vehicles and a lot of other stuff. And these batteries are of course at the heart of the ongoing global green energy transition, powering everything from electric vehicles to grid-scale energy storage systems. And it also contains boron, and boron too has a lot of applications. It's usually used in alloys, ceramics, glasses, and a lot of industrial processes. And so here this jadeite deposit is now considered to be one of the largest lithium deposits on the planet. The reserves here seem to contain 118 million tons of ore-grading 1.8% lithium oxide. That's unprecedented compared to any other deposit. And so here, according to the United States Geological Survey, this would provide the world with at least 2% of all lithium required for future technologies. But more importantly, it's really the quality of this mineral that seems to matter the most. We'll discuss this in a few seconds. And so assuming this mining project goes ahead, this could potentially supply Europe with at least 90% of all of its battery needs, dramatically reducing European Union's dependency on, for example, China, and of course creating a lot of jobs and a lot of industrial independence. And last year, in July of 2024, there was an official signing of a memorandum between the Serbian Minister of Mining and Energy and the Vice President of European Green Deal, with the mine potentially starting to operate as soon as 2028. But this also led to a lot of concerns in regards to potential environmental impact. Mostly because a lot of Serbians seem to not want this mine and are worried this is just going to pollute the entire country. Especially because this is going to require huge amounts of water and a lot of acids required for the production process. And so here there's a very high chance this is going to contaminate a lot of fertile and arable land, creating a lot of issues for Serbian agriculture. But Rio Tinto, the company that's going to be mining this, did present a somewhat intriguing plan. They're going to be using a new experimental process designed to prevent pollution that's already been tested in Australia 2,000 times. And they also added that a lot of the land that they're going to be extracting this from is technically not even fertile and is not used for agriculture anyway. And so basically right now this is mostly a kind of a legal political battle with all this real-life kryptonite just sitting underground. But assuming this does go through, this could potentially transform Serbia into an energy powerhouse and dramatically boost the GDP in the entire country. But beyond the commercial and political significance, jadeite is also scientifically remarkable, mostly because of its rare formation conditions. And so one of the recent studies explored the idea of how this mineral seems to form. Scientists here worked out very precise steps required for jadeite to form in nature, revealing why it seems to be so ridiculously rare. And here it needs lithium-rich volcanic glass, alkaline-rich terminal lake, and clay minerals turning into crystalline structures. But more importantly, everything has to be measured in exact amounts, and everything has to be available at all times, with even slight variations usually producing something different. And so these criteria have to be so precise that so far, this is the only place on the planet where this mineral has been discovered, making Serbia somewhat unique and extremely lucky, with the amount of jadeite in this location suggesting that this mine could operate for at least 50 years. But by knowing how this forms, geologists can now actually try to predict potential other locations on the planet where either more jadeite or something similar can also exist in large amounts. And really because this bizarre mineral contains great potential as an important source of lithium and boron, with this new project now referred to as Project Jadar, although I think Project Kryptonite would have been much cooler. But what exactly makes this mineral so exciting compared to so many other lithium minerals that are already being extracted by companies across the world? Well, first of all, jadeite contains a significant amount of lithium in a form that's relatively accessible for extraction without much processing, which is of course crucial for battery manufacturing. Here, lithium ions inside jadeite are the active species required for charge-discharge cycles and are extremely easy to extract. As a matter of fact, the structure of this mineral allows all of the lithium to be housed in a stable form inside the mineral matrix, which allows mining companies to extract it super easily. And so here it's really the structure of the mineral that makes it so unique and so important. And since this is classified as a lithium clay deposit, the mineral itself is much softer and requires much less energy to extract both boron and lithium, which is actually incomparable to hard rock lithium minerals, for example spodumene, which is very often used for lithium extraction today. But here this is a very hard rock and does require a lot of processing for extraction. As a matter of fact, the extraction process in this case would be entirely unique, very different from spodumene, lepidolite and lithium brines, where we usually get most of the lithium today. And here the process would be very simple. First, prepare the ore. Here all of this starts by crushing the rocks, and because this is a soft mineral, not a lot of energy is required. Second, the use of acids such as sulfuric acid dissolves lithium and boron, allowing selective recovery of lithium as lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide, while also extracting sodium sulfate and the boric acid as the byproducts also used in industries. And that's very different from spodumene and lepidolite, which usually undergo very high temperature roasting over 900 degrees Celsius in order to convert lithium into an extractable form. And this is also then followed by leaching, which is a very expensive and very dirty process. And so here jadeite extraction only requires sulfuric acid at moderate temperatures. But it's also possible to extract everything using bioleaching, a new method we've discussed in some of the previous videos, which basically uses acidophilic bacteria, for example this bacteria, Aciditheobacillus ferroxidans, that can dramatically accelerate lithium dissolution and would work very well with this mineral, but once again doesn't work very well with spodumene and lepidolite. And so here the overall processing of byproducts and the removal of toxic residues is much simpler compared to other extraction processes, and also produces a lot of additional materials such as boron and sodium, making this probably the most efficient way to produce lithium on the planet. But the question of whether this mine becomes real or not will not be answered until possibly 2026. This political battle is still going on, and we don't actually know exactly what's going to happen yet. Nevertheless, this is still a pretty exciting discovery in terms of science and mineralogy, and does have a chance to potentially improve the environment on the planet by providing us with a cheap source of lithium batteries. And it also has this very bizarre connection to Superman and kryptonite. But until future discoveries about jadeite, or until we discover some other really bizarre mineral that could save the planet in some way, that's all I wanted to mention. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, maybe support the channel by joining the channel membership that grants you early access, or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye. Let's start today's video with this beautiful picture captured by one of the astronauts on the International Space Station. This was captured by Sergei Korsakov and appears to be frostwork formed by some kind of a water droplet on the outside of the window. And naturally, because this is in outer space, the frostwork looks just a little bit different. But there is actually something really intriguing about this image when it comes to water crystals, based on what we know about water outside of planet Earth. Current scientific understanding of water ice in the vastness of cosmos suggests that it's usually very different from what we find on the surface of our planet. Specifically, it doesn't actually form crystals and is usually very disordered, resembling similar structure to what we find inside glass. And we call this an amorphous solid, any material that lacks any long-range ordered atomic structure, typical to a crystalline structure we find inside diamonds and of course ice. And here's a very basic comparison of a typical crystalline structure to a typical amorphous solid. There is no long-range regularity, no repetition or patterns, and the spacing between atoms varies quite a lot. And so when we find water in our space, it was always imagined as this very disordered material containing a lot of jumbled molecules, fundamentally distinct from nearly ordered crystalline ice familiar to us right here on Earth. And that actually includes every single comet out there, every single moon and every single dwarf planet that contains ice, and of course all of the water we discover outside of the solar system. But this perception was primarily based on the extreme cold of space, which was always presumed to prevent water molecules from gaining sufficient energy to form these organized crystal structures. However, recent research seems to suggest something entirely different and may once again shift our understanding of water crystals and water in outer space. And so let's discuss this new study by Michael Benedict Davis and the team you see right here that discovers something new about the amorphous ice by recreating it right here on Earth. Although before I start, I wanted to briefly mention something I've talked about in some of the previous videos in the description. When it comes to water forming solids, it's not just these two types. It's not just ice, and it's not just an amorphous solid. Solid water has a lot of different phases, and can exist in at least 20 different solid phases, depending on the temperature and the pressure, with extremely different properties and even different appearance. And we've actually discussed one of the most recent discoveries of a new phase of ice in 2024. You can find that video in the description. And though to us the most common type of ice is Ice 1H, also known as hexagonal crystalline ice, most other planets contain something very different, usually cubic ice, and various high-pressure forms of ice such as Ice 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and so on, with every single form containing different properties, different density, very different crystal structure, and most importantly, very different behavior. For example, some of these super high-pressure ices are much denser than liquid water, and so they actually sink, unlike Ice 1H or the hexagonal ice, which, as you know from the oceans on our planet, tends to float. And here's a rough representation of all of these different phases in one single picture. But today we're mostly talking about the most abundant type of ice in outer space, or actually I guess the entire universe, amorphous ice. Ice that's supposed to only form in outer space on extremely cold objects that just do not have any pressure or do not contain enough energy to produce anything else. And yeah, let me repeat this again. This is the most common type of ice, or I guess water, in the entire universe. So when you hear about someone finding water somewhere out there, in some kind of a nebula or around some kind of a black hole, this is the type of water they usually discuss. But this new study challenges our previous assumption that this ice is completely disordered. Here, this discovery dramatically refines our atomic level understanding of cosmic ice and has a lot of implications for a range of scientific disciplines in various fields of astronomy, for example, planetary formation, or even ongoing search for extraterrestrial life that of course relies on the discovery of water. And so the specific type of ice we're discussing is technically known as LDA, low density amorphous ice, and it looks and behaves just like glass. It's usually found on comets, icy moons, and in a lot of different dust and gas forming regions in various nebula, and is also the type of ice we usually find in various protoplanetary disks with active planetary formation. And so in this recent study, scientists tried to recreate this right here on Earth, and specifically by using a combination of sophisticated computer simulations and experimental laboratory work. And so first of all, in their simulations, they froze virtual volumes of water by cooling them down to minus 120 degrees Celsius. But they did this at different rates. And the initial discovery here was that the best matches in this experiment were not really matching X-ray diffraction studies of actual LDA ice observed in real life, which basically implied that the simulations were producing truly amorphous ice, but the real ice was maybe a little bit more orderly. And that suggested that it possibly contains tiny crystals embedded within its disorderly structures. And according to that first analysis, these microscopic crystals were found to be approximately 3 nanometers wide, just a little bit larger than a single strand of the DNA molecule, with the most accurate match coming from the simulated ice that contained 20% crystalline and 80% amorphous solid water. So essentially it was approximately 20% orderly, 80% disorganized. But this was just a simulation and this had to be validated, which required an experiment. And so here they decided to create real samples by depositing water vapor into an extremely cold surface, mimicking how ice forms on dust grains in interstellar clouds. with the second approach being the opposite. Warming up high-density amorphous ice, which was ice crushed at extremely cold temperatures. And when they gently heated these amorphous ice samples, providing them with enough energy to form crystals, they observed something really intriguing. The final crystal structure varied depending on how the original amorphous ice has been formed. And this is quite significant. It essentially suggests that if the ice was indeed truly amorphous, it would not retain any imprint or any memory of any of the earlier forms. And so the fact that this ice remembered its origin indicates the presence of these tiny crystalline structures, with the observations suggesting that these crystalline microstructures ranged from 20 to 65% of the entire ice structure, consistent with their simulations. And so this hybrid amorphous crystalline nature was almost certain in both computational and experimental results. But I guess the next question is, okay, so why is this important and what are the potential implications?
Have a look around you. Everything you see, from the skin of your hands to the screen you're watching this video on, is a different combination of the same 3 building blocks of matter: protons, neutrons, and electrons. Now, let's look a little farther, say at Mars, or the Andromeda Galaxy, or even halfway across the observable universe. And still, there is matter made of protons, neutrons, and electrons, as far as the eye can see. At first, this might not sound all that surprising, but for once, the mystery here isn't that we've seen something we can't explain, but rather that we haven't seen something we were expecting: a universe just as full of antimatter. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me today as we explore the world of antimatter and learn about its interactions with other particles and even with gravity. By the end of this video, you'll probably agree that antimatter is a bit weird, but you'll also see why some physicists are frustrated that it isn't weird enough. Let's get one thing out of the way first. Although it might sound like something straight out of science fiction, antimatter is very real. It forms a critical part of the standard model of particle physics, and particles of antimatter have been observed in experiments going back nearly a century. The very first detection of antimatter dates back to a 1932 experiment conducted by Carl D. Anderson at Caltech, using a cloud chamber immersed in a magnetic field. When charged particles from outer space, broadly called cosmic rays, intercept the Earth's orbit and fly through this chamber, the magnetic field curves their paths according to the charge and mass of each particle, and the clouds show a visible imprint of their resulting trajectories. Anderson was hoping this experiment would help determine just what kinds of particles were streaming into the Earth from the cosmos, and he may have found just a little bit more than he bargained for. What Anderson saw was that these cosmic rays included both positively and negatively.
Is the only president, and is the first president to put gamers first.
President Trump just signed a new executive order, and it could be the biggest news for gamers who haven't heard yet. Games are being censored, not by Steam though, but by the banks that handle the money. This new executive order is the first legal step in stopping this. Recently, if you haven't heard, some games were removed from the Steam store, but this wasn't because of a bug or a developer's choice. Instead, it happened because a big payment company like MasterCard decided that a few games were a reputational risk. This is a vague rule that lets them pressure a company like Steam to remove any games they don't like. As a result, the banks that handle the money for Steam got involved, creating a chain of pressure.
Well, they create the chain. They don't do it directly. They do it through middlemen so they can avoid being directly accountable. Will he also allow gamer words to be used again? His final executive order at the end of his term will be legally mandating the allowance of the F word again. You're going to be able to call your friends the F word, and you're going to be able to call anybody the F word.
to the games actually being removed. This is a big deal because it shows that a third-party company that handles the money, not the government or Steam itself, is now deciding what we can and can't buy. This kind of power is a form of digital censorship, and is especially concerning since a new rule was recently added. Steam itself is now deciding what we can and can't buy. This kind of power is a form of digital censorship, and is especially concerning since a new rule was recently added to Steam's guidelines that gives them the power to remove content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processors. The thing is, the Steam situation is just one example of a much bigger problem. It's part of a growing trend of these payment companies censoring or even debanking anything they don't like. Debanking is when banks or payment companies close accounts or refuse to work with people and businesses.
I don't see how this isn't illegal. I mean, having a bank account is necessary in today's day and age. How the fuck can you just take away somebody's bank account? Like, I mean, really, like, that's like taking away a person's internet or somebody's water or something like that. They do it via terms of service. It should be, yeah, having a bank account should be viewed as a utility in the same way that water or internet is a utility. That's really what I think.
For reasons that aren't actually about money. The censorship we're seeing on platforms like Steam is very similar to how banks debank people. The payment processors are essentially saying, if you don't remove this content, we will stop doing business with you, which means you can't get paid. This is a direct financial threat. It's what itch.io stated when they said they had
like banking is, I mean, no, there's no universe where you can imagine that banking is not an essential service. In the year 2025, it is an essential service, and it needs to be guaranteed for everybody.
To act urgently to protect the platform's core payment infrastructure. And also when Valve said if they didn't remove the games, it would prevent customers from buying games and
me, do you hate me, or do you wanna date me? It's kinda hard to tell, cause your eyes are looking crazy. So why you coming over? Anything but sober. Looking like it's time tonight for a fight or flight. Vampire. Ooh, what you gonna do? tell me, do you hate me or do you wanna date me? It's kinda hard to tell, cause your eyes are looking crazy. So why you coming over? Anything but sober. Looking like it's time tonight. Hold it steady, drill it in like a J-Paul Getty. Smith and Wesson, taking shots that'll keep you guessing. Well, tell me, do you hate me or do you wanna date me? It's kinda
content across Steam.
That's
The
right.
White House announcement calls this politicized or unlawful debanking and highlights how some financial institutions have restricted access.
The person making this video is making a slight correlation error, even though in effect they're right. Trump is mainly doing this to avoid, like Nick Fuentes is the best example of this, right? Wow, what a surprise that Nick Fuentes can't get a bank account. Who could have guessed? But he should be able to get a bank account. He can get an internet subscription. He can get water. He can get electricity. He should be able to get a subscription. He can get water. He can get electricity. He should be able to get a bank account, even if the people at the banks don't like him. Because he's a gay Nazi? Well, what's the logic that a gay Nazi can use the internet, but they can't have a bank account? Well, I feel like you should either be able to... Okay, so it should be either be both or neither, right? It doesn't even make sense. Yeah, what is this? You shouldn't have either? I think you should just... I think that unless you're breaking the law, you should be able to get the service. That's what I think. I think it's actually that simple.
Access to services on the basis of political or religious beliefs or
keep politics out of utilities. Yeah, exactly. What about registered sex offenders? Are you really trying to draw a correlation between a person who has political views that are generally seen as unfavorable and a literal sex offender? Go back to Reddit. You fucking retard. Get out of here. You're so dumb. You're the biggest dumb idiot I've seen today. And I looked in a mirror today. That's bad.
Business activities. So this isn't just about video games. Something similar has happened to cryptocurrency companies, legal gun stores, and even anime stores. The White House announcement points to other examples as well, such as when federal regulators suggested banks flag individuals who made transactions related to companies like Cabela's and Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, and again, like this is, you read this, state capital, federal government suggested institutions flag individuals. Like, in my opinion, I think that what they need to do, this is what I would do. If I was in the federal government, I would figure out who was the one that actually made this suggestion. And then I would charge them for voter intimidation, political intimidation, or something like that. Political prosecution. And that's what I would do. Like, one thing... Like, if I ever became president, my biggest inhibitor would be the 8th Amendment. Let me just say that. The fact that they let this shit go on is embarrassing. It is absolutely embarrassing. That's the one for cruel and unusual punishment. That's, yeah. Yes.
Networks are essentially the roads of the digital economy. By controlling these roads, these companies can stop anyone they disagree with from doing business, even if they haven't broken any real laws. So to fight back against this, President Trump has signed a new executive order called Guaranteeing Fair Banking for All Americans. This is a direct response to what the president's office...
The first gamer president. Gentlemen, we're fucking back. I never thought that in our darkest hour, when our anime, cat girl, incest, waifu video games were being taken away from us, our knight in shining armor would be a orange 79-year-old man who says everything's computer when he steps into a Tesla. I would have never expected this. Not in a million fucking years.